HD. Not that that would matter. Again, you guys never did anything wrong here. And for anyone watching, go fucking buy BattleBit Remastered right now. Go do it, now. To put it into perspective of how good this game is, my entire channel was almost terminated over it, because YouTube apparently couldn't handle how fire the game was. I would start a conspiracy theory about 2099 hacking in, and then wanting to give me a canon event, but you know, I'm gonna do my own thing here. I'm not taking part in that canon bullshit. Overall, this is a very messy situation, of which should have frankly never happened, and I still don't really have a full explanation as to why it even happened.
And that's the thing. And then here, and again, I'm not being a YouTube defense force. I'm just telling you, I've been doing this a long time, I'm telling you the reality of it. These other websites, like, oh, this is a reason. Like, say he was like as big as like Dr. Disrespect or something, and Dr. Disrespect had this issue on here. You'd have like Kick making tweets like, oh, if you were on Kick, we have people 24/7 you could talk to in 3 seconds. Like, yeah, now you do. Now you do.
Dad, I am watching this on my 3D TV connected to my Ouya and McDonald's Wi-Fi. Can I get a spam of congratulations?
No, but you can get the whole damn song though.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
I'm your favorite cat. I could put my shirt back on though. Thank you. I think it's been over half an hour.
Congratulations.
Where the fuck am I?
Congratulations.
Try to relax your anus.
Congratulations. No. Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
I'm never blowing bubbles ever again.
I wonder how Captain Indoor is doing anyway.
Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
You take the bubbles and shut them up your fucking ass.
Oh, your husband punches you in the face with brass knuckles? You're supposed to endure. Ah, he only did it twice. Ah, endure. No, don't endure. Don't listen to a man with terrible fucking hair plugs. Like, dude, I'm fat. I get it. I'm working on it. That's how I found out about him, because a troll, for those of you who don't know, which is probably only one of you, sent him my defunct dating profile, and he went like on a 30-minute rant about it. Like, who the fuck is this guy? Why are you sitting there looking at like a fucking someone's dating profile, bro? And we brought him on the show to talk about it, and then he went into all like his I'm a man shit. I wish I forgot, and we're stupid. Jay and I are fucking stupid. Dude, we forgot about the fact that Twitch, another banger. Gee, I wonder why they can't compete. They get rid of VOD streams after a month. Fuck. Because Jay, I mean, I went in, but Jay went balls deep in fucking Hot Dude Camp's ass. It just pounded away.
Congratulations.
And that probably would have been a 100,000 view video. Oh wait, because I said it, it would have been 5,000 views. If I said it would have failed, it would have been 100,000 views. That's how my channel works right now. Like, today's video is performing above average, like I said before. Almost didn't upload it.
But at least my channel's back, so there's that. The whole situation is rather baffling, and really I just want to move on from it as quickly as possible through getting this explanation out of the door, so that my viewers who weren't following my Twitter or weren't in the Discord to even know my channel got terminated for a few days have some form of an explanation. With all that out of the way, we've finally come to the end of the video, and so I better see you all watching the edited version of my BattleBit Remastered review tomorrow, which will be up at 6 PM UK time. So please do not forget.
Mischief. Excellent video. It's fucked what happened. You'll also need to play Trey Peng. Like, right, you need to... I will play BattleBit because of you. Play Trey Peng because of me. Also, too, because I keep seeing a lot of people say it, I am going to make... Not going to bring it down to $2.50 again, but for donations for the voice, I'm going to do $3. Minimum amount to alert, we'll do 3. Won't go lower than 3, though. because people will do want to use that. So there you go. So, did I miss one? Yes, from Abby. Hold on. You know what that means. This is the same thing that happened to me, Rich. My 697 subscribers and 180,000 video views. You oh shit. I just realized you had that much going on, Abby. Good for you. Video views got taken down. Well, that part sucks. Hey, Rich, I'm kind of building a YouTube channel. Oh, that's awesome. Good for you. And they fucking destroyed it. Oh. Okay. I'm sorry. Anyway, and they just told me to make a new channel, and that's it. They said they can't do anything about it. I had that channel since 2012. Isn't that great? Like, I want there to be, like, don't get what I'm saying twisted. Like, I don't want a competitor. Fuck yeah, I want a competitor to YouTube, but it needs to compete, though. It can't just be, oh, goodwill. Stop it. Goodwill. People are selfish. They want just the features they want. If you don't have the features they want, they're not going to go to your site. They're not going to use your app. If your app is clunky and freezes, oh, okay, yeah, you pay the creators more. I'm not sitting here wasting all day to watch 2 videos because your app is unstable. But, I was just itching my ass to deal with it. So, let's go to Twitter. Vladimir Putin wants to nuke the fucking world. Oh, what is he looking to do? Yeah, let's read it. It's good family fun. Vladimir Putin to deploy world's most powerful nuke to combat duty in latest threat against Ukraine and West. Oh, that's good. That's, makes me feel all warm and comfy inside. Vladimir Putin recently vowed to move the world's most powerful nuke into combat duty in the Russian leader's latest threat against Ukraine and West, Radar Online has learned. In a sudden and startling development to come as Russia's war against Ukraine continues to escalate every day, Putin reportedly told a room full of military graduates that the Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile, dubbed the Satan II, that's a name, is set to be deployed into combat duty in the coming weeks. The Satan II nuclear-capable hypersonic missile is rumored to be the most powerful in the world, according to The Sun, and is said of capable of releasing 15 additional nuclear warheads at once. Okay. In the near future, the first launchers of the Sarmat complex with a new heavy missile will go on combat duty, Putin reportedly told the Russian military graduates this week. The most important task here is development of the nuclear triad, which is a key guarantee of Russia's military security and global stability. So basically saying, don't fuck with me or I'll light you up. It's let's just boil it down. Meanwhile, Russia's defense minister, a name, also warned the students that Ukraine and the collective West are in the process of waging a real war against Russia and its military. As Radar Online previously reported, Putin tested the Satan II missile earlier this year as President Joe Biden visited Ukraine to meet with, that's an interesting timing, with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky in February. Ukrainian intelligence services issued a warning at the time that indicated Putin ordered a large-scale nuclear exercise across Russia. He's pulling the fucking North Korea card. It's like a snake showing its teeth. Or Putin showing his Botox. One of the two. The 3 elements of Russia's nuclear triad consisting of the nuclear... This is actually MSN that posted this article. In the ground missiles, the 3 elements of Russia's nuclear triad consisting of the nation's nuclear submarines, ground missiles, and warplanes were also placed on their highest levels of combat readiness as Biden arrived in Kiev to meet with Zelensky. President Biden made headlines last week, again this week, when he revealed that there is a real possibility Putin launches a nuclear weapon against Ukraine amid the ongoing conflict between the two nations. That will be in World War III. Like, that's it. That's it. They launch a nuke on anybody. We are absolutely fucking toast. All right. Let's go to Poems Future here.
Can you make a follow-up video to your Deadman 7257 response?
Oh, God. That's literally my first video on my new, when Review Tech USA was quote unquote new. That was like my first video, man. So here is where Dan, the man who has gifted DSP memberships, great gameplay. Where is it, dude, with where he's talking about? Yes, here we go.
I remember you were playing God of War. There were sex scenes, and since you've gotten married, things have changed. Whenever there's a sex scene or nudity, you cringe. Then you go on a rant about it. Okay, the difference here.
So apparently, Phil, in his mind, this is why I've kind of stayed away from Phil for a bit, at least as like the main focus of my streams. But this was a banger. I had to. Now, like I said, admittedly, the sex scene is like Game of Thrones level cringe that they had in Final Fantasy 16. It was like one step away from Skinamax 90s porn. And it's like, but why? Like, I don't even understand it in TV shows. I don't care. Unless it's part of the plot. Like, if there's a plot based around, like, a relationship with somebody, that's different. But if it's like, yeah, there is, but it was just, like, shoehorned, like I said before, you know, hey, anyway. But Phil, anytime there's a sex scene, Phil acts like a grandma who hasn't seen a cock in 37 years. Juan, did I not get to your Streamlabs, dude? I'm sorry. Yeah, Alpha, dude, Alpha's great, man. There's some other stuff. We're going to have her when we actually have the 12-hour merch stream, which will probably try to fit some of my other goals that I had in there. I still may just do the ones with Wes for the fun of it, because in theory, Wes paid for some of those goals, and Wes is banned, so... Oh, well. But I think I'll still... Yeah, a lot of people are liking Final Fantasy 16. Wow, what is Pulse Attack doing? What are you doing, dude? Why are people that I trust telling me to unmod you? What are you doing? He's being a rogue mod. Alright, well, you're not banned, but I'll unmod you for now.
If I was Putin, I would name the new missile the BURNELL-69. It is guaranteed to burst on May 1st. Ack ack ack. Now someone please clean my shitbox and feed me some DoorDash shrimp, dude.
DoorDash shrimp. Yo, did you ever have, what is it called? Like, firecracker shrimp or something? They're not good for you. They're like tempura, but it has like some hot sauce. Oh, that's some banging shit. But today I actually had a Mexican salmon salad. And I used soy sauce as dressing instead of the fucking dressing. That was motherfucking good.
Is that I'm older. It has nothing to do with being married. It has to be with I'm older and I don't look for that crap in video games anymore. Do you understand? Like, when you're younger and you're more immature, you get
Here we go.
more pleasure out of that stuff, right? Oh, it's risque. It's adult. Oh, it feels so good. I don't look for that stuff.
It feels so good. No, Phil, I've never played a video game and thought, oh man, the sex in this video game felt so good.
In a video game. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you have...
Keep in mind, this is the same man that was just playing a Yakuza game saying that the other samurais wanted to butt fuck him, but... So if it's a gay sex joke, totally on the table. Which is why me, including many detractors, actors, imply that it's not really about him being a mature adult. His wife is weird with it. His wife is weird. Like, oh my God, you're talking about even metal breasts that aren't mine. Why? As a guy who broke up with somebody because they were so fucking jealous, I just see it. So, Pulse Attack, just relax your holes. You're not banned. Just relax. If you relax, like, it probably in 72 hours will make you a mod again. It's not that serious, dude. Ron, your Streamlabs, god damn it, I'm sorry. Life Lessons with Phil, as always. Tower Dragon. Okay. At least from what I'm seeing, the ROG Ally is easily open. Why am I going to PayPal to look at... I should have went... Today, actually, I should have went to bed. Let me see where you at, Juan. Listen, Rich, listen. Feed me a burrito so I can use that as a nuke on Ukraine and spray them with hefty beans and hot sauce upon those helpless civilians. We should watch You and the Kingston before DSP over-explains it himself. Yes, that's what I was going to do tonight. That was my fucking plan. How did I... Well, I know how I forgot. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on 1 second.
If you
That was what I had to answer, by the way.
have sexuality in your life,
If you have sexuality in your life, that's almost clear. What does that even mean? If you have an... Phil, what did you mean to say? If you have an active, healthy sex life? If you have sexuality, what are you, fucking... Have your like looking at your bulge in the mirror? And no, dude. I still... If I get laid every day, I still joke about this shit. It's just funny. And it's not all I go to for humor. It's like 80% of it, I know. But what's the big fucking deal, dude? I think I said this talking about jokes before. I'm cool with some of the girls that are in here. I slide into their DMs, but am I fucking being a creepy weirdo or sending dick pics? No. Just because I make the jokes here doesn't mean I'm some fucking weird sexual deviant. Stop comparing. And I'm not even saying he's going after me, even though he has before. Like, the problem with you is you don't know nuance or context. If you look back in Phil's past, he used to say a lot of, like, racist shit, homophobic shit, transphobic shit, like, in a way that even back in, like, 2010 wasn't okay. He also made Nazi jokes and got banned off an entire platform. Well, I am error. You bring up a very valid point. Here's the problem with Phil. Phil can't do nuance. So if he brought back the jokes, he would go right back to everything. He can't do in between, which is why a lot of people also think he's on the spectrum as well. So he thinks now that anytime there's anything remotely sexual, he has to act like a grandma with a puckered asshole. So we should sell a breast mug. Can we sell a breast mug? That's actually, you just made me think of that now. I'm not kidding. I'm going to message Jay right now. Dude, could we sell a breast mug? I don't know why I just stopped talking after that, but because let's sell a breast mug. I'm serious. I'm not being funny. Like, I think people would buy that. Like, I don't know if we can, though. It's probably gets like the nipples scare people for some reason.
In a way that you enjoy. In a way that
Nipples scare Phil. Actually, I got to piss real quick. I kind of had to piss before because I'm stupid. Let me just pee. Quantum is a man, stare at him for like 30 seconds. Should have got more coffee. No, dude, I had a lot of caffeine today. I don't need any more coffee. I don't need any more coffee. So, for some reason, Troll McTrollington, you actually may have gave me a profitable idea.
you're very satisfied with. You don't then have to go search for sexuality in video games.
But it's not searching for, you're just making jokes about what you're, it's not like you're going like, oh, I'm going to go play a game with breasts. It's not like you're playing Dead or Alive 4 or whatever. I think it's on the PS4. It's if there's jokes, man, you just make jokes out of it. You're not searching for it. It's not like you're like DSP reacts to Pornhub. That would be funny, though. That would be really fucking funny. The cock helicopter on your burrito. I spun around my button mushroom on your burrito. Hopefully it tasted better.
I don't play video games for sexual content. I play them for gameplay that's enjoyable. I play it for good stories. I mean...
Yeah, I don't either, Phil. And even when, at a point where I was getting laid every day, you still make sexual jokes. It's not about being, like, horny. It's about, it's just funny. Like, where the fuck are your tits?
I'm drinking a watermelon lime seltzer from Target. It's great. One of your birds spoke while you were gone. Not sure if it was Carlos. They're plotting something.
The birds are always plotting something. They've been plotting to kill me since about like 1957, before I was born. Hey, made it to your stream live finally, currently trucking in Maine. It's been hectic for me. Saw your stream. Do you like trucking? Some people I know, I would say 80% of people love it. Because it's like you just get to do your thing. And it's like, yeah, okay, you obviously may have deadlines and stuff, but it's like they like that they get this like break of. So, I'm just curious. I don't know why I'm overthinking. That is now the weed. Currently in Maine, it's been hectic for me. Saw your stream from a day ago. Just wanted to say, stay strong, Bones. You got this. Thank you very much.
Phil
Game
should
Ride. I
play
appreciate
Cho
it.
Aniki.
Oh my God, could you imagine? He'd be hiding under his fucking chair and shivering. It's like they make jokes. I'm not sure who that is, but yeah, he just takes it so it's like, dude, who cares? Like, why do you have to just virtue signal that you're afraid of breasts? It just is very, can I even say suspect anymore? Is that what got him banned?
It's okay to have romance in a video game. That's perfectly fine. But for example, the scene that I referenced yesterday in Final Fantasy 16 was literally superfluous to anything. It wasn't needed. It didn't prove a point. It literally could have been explained in a sentence. But they had to show the scene to appeal to a certain...
Imagine the sentence, this character is getting hard and dry humping a woman against the wall. That's the sentence. So that's what they needed, Phil.
certain audience. Do you understand? That risque audience looking for the adult content ate it up and gobbled it up. Oh, I love it. The adult Game of Thrones adult content. You see? When I was younger, what was I doing on YouTube? I was...
Hey Rich, watched the VOD earlier. Glad to see you're doing better tonight.
All right,
Also,
thank you, man.
Allegadly Moscow is currently imploding. Allegadly, of course. Climb up the oak tree in my backyard and shit on my chest. I'll get the saran wrap.
Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. That you remember, that is a real thing that happened. And they allegedly did it because they were just bored and it was not sexual, which I don't buy. So Phil is a graphic novel kind of guy. Yeah, he's reading romance novels in his bed at night while Cat's playing Diablo.
was trying to cater to a young, immature audience. I constantly was making sex...
Oh, dude. Dave Chappelle makes sexual jokes all the time. He actually, like, stop it. You think Dave Chappelle ain't getting pussy? Like, stop making it like everyone who makes sexual jokes is frustrated. A lot of times it's actually the exact opposite. Yeah, dude, he has jokes where he literally is like, there was a skit into the Chappelle show where he is like you can see me looking down at these titties. And like it froze where he was looking at the actress's breasts. But to Phil, he's beyond that now. He's great. What a time to start when you become Grandma Brunel to start a react channel. That'll work out real well for you, Phil. Good luck with that one.
sex jokes, racial jokes, gender jokes. I was doing these jokes all over the place to constantly fill dead air and entertain an audience that otherwise was pretty immature, and they ate it up. They loved that content. That's who I was appealing to.
And Phil, when you let the mask slip a little bit, unfortunately, that's still your humor, is the racist shit. You just did it recently. That's why you're all uptight now, because you know in 2023, you do not have the nuance, because you're like a comedic bull in a China shop. You do not have the comedic nuance to not go full fucking tilt and make a transphobic joke. That's why you're so uptight. And your wife has you by the balls and you have to, like, you know, pontificate every time you see a breast in a video game.
Today I'm 41 years old. I'm not looking to appeal to a bunch of teenagers. If you look at my actual analytics on YouTube, I have very few young...
First off, well, no, the analytics are fairly accurate. Neither do I, Phil. I got mostly people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s that watch me. and people in their 40s still like to fucking make sex jokes. Like, what are you on, man? Are you trying to become a DSP PBS special? Yes.
Viewers. My viewers are usually in their 20s
Dad
to
VERZION Fios is the worst internet. You should get Hoot Wireless as your ISP.
Dude, I would get if Hoot Wireless had some of these smaller companies now are doing like 10 gigabits per second. Could you imagine if Hoot Wireless got 10 gigabit Ethernet? Hoot Wireless. We got all the internet, all the internet you need. Here's Jose to tell you more. I just work at the store. I don't want to be in the video. Hoot Wireless. Like, he was just like so unenthused. The Hispanic dude, he was like, "Why are you filming me? Just go back to the Hoot Wireless guy." If they did that on purpose, that was brilliant. He was just like, "Why are you looking at me? I just work behind the register."
30s and some in their 40s like me. That's my age range that I'm appealing to. I'm not appealing to young teenagers. Those people are going out and watching the memesters.
Who are you appealing to then, Phil? 60-year-old grandmas? Newsflash, 60-year-old grandmas don't fucking play Elden Ring. Mostly, unless they're Grandma Shirley. She's a fucking legend. Grandma Shirley, I believe. She plays Elder Scrolls. Hope they come out with the next one for her while she's still here.
Listen, Rich, listen. DSP is acting like Pokimane. When she won't go to kick 'cause of so-called morals, they are the worst hypocrites and try to virtue signal when they were the worst offenders back in the day. Don't forget about June the King's video, you man.
I already did. After this, we'll watch it. Matter of fact, just so we don't forget, Ross. Why not just pervaded Ross's name? Oh, dude. Oh, man. I should have fucking just ran benchmark. I don't know what to tell you. I cannot get new drivers for the Neo 2S. I'm just going to make a video as
Chris
to
Chan
how I
is
can't review it.
interesting. He became the woman he would refuse to date, and I wouldn't trust him with his bitter grandma voice around my kids. Vietnam veterans playing World War II games would be more entertaining than Phil, Tight Bussy, Burnell.
No, I wouldn't trust Chris Chan. Chris Chan is... They raped their mother. What else do you need to say? Oh, you wouldn't trust her around kids because she's trans? No, I wouldn't trust them around kids because Chris Chan raped their mother. Kind of seals the deal. It has nothing to do with them being transgender. Like, why am I fighting with a non-existent social justice warrior? Anyway, I'm also currently trucking my north from Pennsylvania to upstate New York. Best job ever, and your streams make the miles fly by. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot of people that love it, man. It's kind of like therapy for them. But, you know, even some of the routes are crazy, they say, though.
They're watching the fucking popular streamers, the drama queens. They're watching bullshit content. That's what appeals to them. The immature shit. That's the kind of shit I used to put out 10, 15 years ago, and I don't anymore. You see, I've changed. I feel for the better.
Yeah, he does it for an older audience, as he blows bubbles and wears silly hats.
That's nothing to do with being married. It has to be just getting older and wanting to put out something that you feel is more meaningful to yourself. Do you want to know the truth? It was actually cringe-worthy when I had to do that content constantly. It was. It was actually like taxing. It was boring.
TSP and his weird hairline.
Game, and I gotta constantly keep making sexual comments, right? And here's the other funny part about it too. Back
I
then,
can't even. Hold on.
everyone criticized me for it.
Hold on. I'm just gonna follow you just because TSP is in his weird hairline. Oh god.
Congratulations.
Oh man. Anyway, I know what he's gonna say. Everyone used to criticize me for the jokes. Yeah, because Phil, like there could be like two people, there could be like two dudes in a fucking library, nothing sexual is going on, and like 2011 Phil would be like, I wonder if they're gonna butt fuck. It's like, dude, chill. That's why people are complaining. It wasn't that it was the sex jokes in and of himself, but anyway, let's just listen to this man talk.
I'd say probably around.
What runs hot while playing though? Why? I wonder what's going on in that battle. Is there like a lot of ray tracing that could cause it to heat up so much? That's not cool.
2012, 2013, when the "This is how you don't play" movement started. One of the big things
May
everyone made
God
fun of me
bless
for
the innocent lives
was
who
that
lost
content.
it in ocean.
Oh, he's
It's tragic and heartbroken. I can't believe what happened to those Titanic travelers and also people who
Yeah.
lives near Greece. I really hope their families file lawsuit against the company.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. I have been working on an RTU bird-based fan game. Well, so large gaming. I don't want to say don't message me yet because I won't get back to you yet. I'm just going to be honest. Message me next week.
always wants to talk about sex. He always wants to see the sex scene. He always has to over-sexualize everything, right?
Because you did over-sexualize anything. People say I'm too much with sex jokes. Sometimes that's true. I agree. But like you were looking for sex where sex didn't exist. Like there could just be a log of wood on the screen when you were playing a game. I want that up my ass. Okay, Phil, that's why. Okay.
So everyone told me I was wrong for doing it. So over
It's everyone else. It's everyone else's fault that he's boring now. Is what he's essentially saying. Godot? I'm not sure what Godot is. I couldn't code anything to save my life.
the years, I change, I mature. I phase out that kind of talk and that kind of any kind of seeking that in video games, and I criticize when it's in it because I feel it's superfluous. Oh, so you change for the worse. Wait, what? This is what you told me to do because you said that I was immature.
Ah, you have no idea what nuance and context. It doesn't say like just totally never make a sex joke, but stop like shoehorning it in. Stop saying homophobic and transphobic. It's not hard, Phil. It's really simple. But you can't do it. It's either full tilt, full fill, or it's Grandma Burnell because you can't go in between. You can't.
Spread your cheeks and just go to town.
Oh my God. Well, actually, that is what he does. Then he says something stupid that he gets him in trouble. Send me a link, Isaiah.
And that the content
We're
wasn't
going to watch
good enough.
June the King after
So you
this.
even made fun of me, and this is how you don't play and everything. So I changed directly based on your criticism. I improved. Now I changed for the worse. So what the fuck are you talking about? You can't have it both ways.
But you can't explain it to him because he's an idiot. No one said that you have to try to become the Mr. Rogers.
Phil runs on Boolean logic. He can't be a little bit edgy or a total Karen. On-off for his old N64 hairline ass.
Yeah, it's all. That's what makes me think, and people think that he's on the spectrum. There's no nuance with Phil. Everything. It's either that you're turning the faucet all the way on, you're turning the faucet all the way off. There's no like, hey Phil, you could put it on 1/3 of the way.
Right?
So wait. So yes, Phil, it's everyone else's fault that you have to be boring.
Right? That's the truth, is that the internet wasn't in it to basically say to me, all right, that they weren't in it to say that your content is immature, improved. They were just saying we don't like you and your content no matter what you do. That's really what it was. That's the difference.
No, oh God Almighty in heaven. Dude, I need more weed for this. No, what we were saying is you were too fucking much. Like the Nazi and Jew jokes that you were making playing Dead Space 2. What were you drunk? You got canceled before being canceled was a thing. Think about that. That's how fucking off the mark you were. Like he got canceled in 2010. Like everyone says uses that all the time now as a grifter word. Like Phil, he may have not originated playthroughs or let's plays, but he was one of the pioneers of canceling himself. Apparently, dude, if Gabe Newell is a Brody, I'll shit. Wait. Did Gabe Newell dress up like a furry and fuck Pyrocynical in the ass? Anyway, can we get through the other 45 seconds before 3 a.m.? Thank you.
Difference between constructive criticism and toxic criticism. Please improve for the better. We just don't. It's never going to be good enough. That's two different things. You understand?
Oh my God, he has issues. I'm never going to be good enough. It's never going to be good enough. No, you don't get it. You are now. But again, it's weird because if it's a dude running down this, he'll talk about the other samurais fucking him in the ass. But if there's breasts, oh my God, breasts! Oh, I'm not looking at my own breasts. I'm saying I can't look at those breasts. Cat will cry. Tears of grandeur. I found I had a long lost brother. His name is Chris Hampton, and as a gift from him, I got a recipe for home baked cookies and a new beach outfit.
What? No way.
You're competing with Sexy Coco for being a meme in here. Dude, I love generic white male. Maybe my favorite fucking creep from those shows. I hate the word creep. Scumbag. Just he walks in a tucked in, I guess it's a tank top now. They used to call it a wife beater, but it's 2023. But it's like the same color as his khaki shorts and it's tucked in. Like, talk about trying to get some in style. From an underage girl, too, on top of it. What he thought was an underage girl. And then the cameras around the house catch him scratching his balls. He is. And then he's like, oh, these are home baked? Motherfucker, no pun intended, has the balls to sit there. Like, yeah, you were about to, there was an underage girl here, you would have raped her. And he's like, oh, these are home baked. Okay, good. That's great. That's good. That's what you should be worrying about.
Understand? And that's what I've gone through. Is basically being told no matter what I do and how I improve, it's never good enough. So guess what?
Oh my God, you need a therapist. I do too, again, Phil. I know I do. But you won't admit that you do. It's never good enough, Dad. Just say Dad. God damn it, Bob. I'm never good enough for you. The audience, I mean. I didn't mean Mom. Every time I talk about my mom, I piss myself. That's All right, I'm done making my point. I found out. Oh, I read that already.
I'm going to put out content that I like. All right? So yeah, if I see that shit in a game and I think it's stupid and it's unnecessary, I'm going to call it out. There was no reason to have that scene in Final Fantasy 16. It literally added nothing. And it was laughably cringeworthy because, again, here they go with...
Yeah, but why are you making such... Like, yeah, I kind of agree with that one, Phil. It was like one step away from Skinemax. All right, so you got past it, right? You're okay? Did your asshole pucker too much?
They're editing. Oh, look, the arm is blocking the nipple. The fucking...
No. No. The arm is blocking the nipple. The arm is blocking the nipple. Right now. Right now. I'm stopping everything. Wait, I have to copy a link to this tweet.
Right? That's the
The
truth. Is that the
arm.
internet wasn't in it.
The arm was blocking the nipple, ladies and gentlemen. Like, usually I've missed out on so many amazing sound bites. But that one needs to... But the thing is, like I was saying before, Composite, if there's dudes, he'll talk about fucking him in the ass all day. I'm telling you, because his wife gets weird with it. If Phil is ever single again, which, look, man, most people end up getting divorced. Why, I'll never get married. I guarantee you, he'll become a fucking pervert again. Like, it'll go, because his brain is binary, he'll go full switch on, and he'll end up getting in trouble. You know what's so funny is that Phil probably would have liked Dead Island 2. And he missed out on it. Probably, but he's Phil. Alright, so let's get... here. He's planning a nuclear attack on a power plant. Oh, this is... Oh, God. I think Putin's panicking because I think he knows his days are numbered. So he's trying to do every scare tactic in the book and maybe follow through on it. To, desperate dictators do desperate things. Why is Putin not panicking? Because I often whip out the nuclear missiles when I think things are going well. Yeah, that's how I save it. Just save it to my desktop with Grandeur. Okay. Go to the folder. And now we open up the good old fat. Forge Pro 11 for what I do is just fine. If I need to cut a sample to if I want to make a rap record, it works perfect. If I want to do something with a sound clip, it works perfect. Fuck off Magix. And you also have not proved to me that your software is worthy. Minus Acid Pro. I like Acid Pro quite a bit. Vegas is a different story. It is about as stable as me. I'm not stable. You need sexy gothic bad boy. You really... Do you have like a fucking... What the hell is his name again? Well, no, we're going to watch June the Fifth King. Then yes, we'll finally get the fucking King Cobra. I just feel bad because the guy has a drinking problem, and I don't know. Well, so does Phil.
I remember you were playing God of War. There were sex scenes, and since you've gotten married, things have changed. Whenever there's a sex scene or nudity, you cringe, then you go on a rant about it. Okay, the difference here...
Is that accurate? A civil war is breaking out in Russia?
...is that I'm older. It has nothing to do with being married. It has to be with I'm older, and I don't look for that crap in video games anymore. Do you understand? Like, when you're younger...
Wait, is this the one?
...and you're more immature, you get more pleasure out of that stuff, right? Oh.
No, that ain't it.
To basically say to me, all right, that they weren't in it to say that your content is immature, improved. They were just saying we don't like you and your content.
If Philip Burnell was in a position of power like a politician or corporate figure, his narcissistic and exploitative traits will be destructive like Trump was. Doing things that only benefit him even if it means people suffer. Think back to the PC saga.
Oh, wait, what did I... Well, yeah, look at what he did with yeah, Phil is a narcissist. I've never disagreed with that. Is he the most malicious one out there? No. But yeah, he's definitely up his own ass. That's part of his problem is that, dude, he got insulted. Someone said he was playing a video game on easy. I know I always say that, but it is a perfect example. It's like, is this the right clip? This better be. Now I know I got the right link. So, why is it doing the same number? Let's see. Is it not going to let me download it because it's like a triple part thing?
I remember you were playing God of War. There were sex scenes and...
Or am I getting the wrong one? No.
Right?
It won't get it. Let me try something here. Maybe it's this. Copy a link to this tweet. Getting pissed. But I think I tried this too and it didn't do it. Wait, that is the same fucking thing.
Since you asked, one of the Russian private military groups got pissed off with lack of support and marked approximately 50k troops, apparently, towards Moscow. They still have a ways to go. Pack my holes like you pack your underwear to make your bulge bigger.
Why is someone saying damn it? Listen. Yeah, people actually do that with socks. Isn't that sad? We're just going to watch the June the King thing. And then, yes, we'll watch some King fucking Cobra.
Machinima throughout the years has been attacked for its mass negligence of creators and legally unenforceable contracts, but hardly has anyone ever asked why. Why did one of the largest symbiotic elements of YouTube's creator success turn into its biggest parasite? A company that YouTube promoted and creators embraced was actually unmasked as the company embodiment of a trash fire. But even then, Machinima could spin this as a way of providing warmth to its creators. Creators who were inexperienced and ready to be
Putin
burned.
showed the world that Russia is an embarrassing shell of what the Soviet Union was at the height of its power. They couldn't defeat tiny old Ukraine. The CDC recommends that if you are gonna start a war with a former territory, you prepare your anus.
Yeah, their anuses weren't. Now, I want... I don't know. I don't want to... I'm going to hold back because once you go down the political rabbit hole...
Is its sole business...
I'll have Ian Miles Chung come here and butt-fuck me.
Business model of partnering creators to YouTube was undercut when YouTube started partnering creators themselves. In its death spiral, the Dude Bro startup culture hit its maximum. But even then, that was heightened by the pressure to sell the company and jump ship. This brought on its worst decisions and embarrassment by YouTube investing possibly millions into a company on borrowed time. Machinima's chaotic and incompetent nature did well to break FTC guidelines, take on various creator lawsuits, one of which was brought on by PewDiePie that Machinima likely didn't even know was part of their network.
But I hate Machinima.
Machinima even uploaded creator videos secretly to competing websites where they could pocket all the money to survive just long enough to be sold.
Oh, fuck that. Wow. They were low-key making ad revenue of other people's videos. Whoa.
They did anything to hit the bottom line before the flat line was hit. And in its...
You gotta mean, when Machinima was at their prime, you used to walk through Best Buy and they would have, like, gameplay videos. And they would show the Machinima logo at like Best Buy TVs if they had like a clip playing or something. Oh, it's different, man. How times changed, huh?
Its wake, its massive library of videos and shared histories were wiped from the internet. But it wasn't always this way. To understand its failure, first its success must be understood.
I think the world assumed Russia would steamroll the Ukraine in just a few weeks.
Yes, that is
true. But Putin showed how terrible of a leader and how terrible of a military they have to the world. The CDC believes he was compensating for his small penalization.
I think he's compensating because I think I do think his health is not great. And he's, no pun intended, wanting to go out with a bang. I'm really oversimplifying it, but I think that's part of it.
But before we get into the video, I'd like to thank Semper for sponsoring this video, who sent me these 3 fragrances in these 3 capsules. As for what Semper is, it's a subscription service where you can find your own fragrance profile. Whether you're a beginner or someone that knows a lot about these scents, you'll find your place here. And what I mean by your fragrance profile is you actually get to pick a designer fragrance every month for about $17 a month. So there are no surprises in that field. And for that price point, you get a 30-day supply in what looks like this. And if you open it up, you can actually see how much is in there. And these like designer fragrances can go for a lot. You know, they can go for $150 to like $500. So they give you a smaller portion of that just to even like try it out for a pretty good time. So you can see what this like, I guess, expensive
Yeah, I have them as a sponsor. They are a good service.
fragrance is monthly to see
He does kind of sound like Yang, yeah.
if you actually want to buy a whole bottle. It's very useful to really, I guess, explore different scents you want to try out, and it gives you, I guess, a good diversity throughout the year. Semper carries brands like Prada, Gucci, Versace, and some
Yeah, Scootaloo. The whole world is fucking falling to shit.
indie labels like Skylar, Heretic, and Confession of Rebel. This is the Harmonist. To me, it smells like a unique forest, like one that isn't very local to the US with the scents, but it's good nonetheless. It's a bit strong. The other one I got is Libertine, which is a very fruity scent.
Listen, I like this guy, but he could smell my forest.
That starts in 1999, which is dated about 6 years before YouTube even launched.
I just say you could smell my forest. That'd be a frightening smelling forest.
Machinima, as it was then, was a fledgling art form where creators puppeteered video game characters and typically applied voiceover
Halo
and posed to tell a
3.
story.
Or is it Halo 2? It's Halo
Machinima
2.
the website was a newly established host to many fan-made Machinima videos, as per this screenshot of it in March of 2000. On the bottom right of the webpage, proudly
2000?
displaying ownership was Strange Company, a company based in Edinburgh, Scotland, directed by none other than Hugh Hancock. In tandem with other like-minded websites, Machinima grew a creator and viewer base throughout the years. But as typical for websites in this time, advertising and any other revenue sources did not come as easy. By the end of 2004, exhausted with the rising hosting and development fees upwards of $1,000 a month, they were approached by Philip and Alan Debevoise, who are brothers, and offered to purchase the website while maintaining Hugh as a minority shareholder, 5% to be exact, of this newly established, well at least newly incorporated as of October 2004, Machinima Inc. The most notable thing hinting at this change in ownership was again the copyright in the bottom right of the screen. It wasn't until the start of 2006 that Hancock posted about resigning as editor-in-chief to work on his own Machinima
There's no
project,
fishing
and the changing of ownership
in
was made widely
Starfield.
public. This
That's
was
gonna
accompanied
devastate a
by
lot
a
of
Q&A a week later, where questions were both directed at Hugh and
All
Philip.
the Elder Scrolls
Within
things.
there are 2 things of note, both answers from Philip that reveal the future of Machinima's success. Firstly, Philip accurately describes and sees Machinima.com as a hub for its own content form. It is an aggregator. This is to say, while many Machinima producers have their own websites where they promote their own videos, popular series like Red vs. Blue were also found on Machinima.com. Something else found were more advertisements to help keep up with the hosting fees, which leads to the second bit of information in that Philip is looking to support and work with producers/creators who are looking to make a career in Machinima and are interested in developing original Machinima content. This is at the center of everything, because very few Machinima animators or even content creators were making any money at all from their craft. Many were just creating videos as a hobby, but the idea of being paid for an online hobby was absurd to the general populace as it was for its unfeasibility. To make this work,
Yeah, at the time. You know, I actually, back in 2010, did some stuff for that guy with the glasses, because it wasn't on YouTube that you were doing it. So that was kind of the allure of Machinima and MCNs, was, especially if you were doing gameplay, forget about it, man. You had to be on an MCN. Times have changed, though.
on a larger scale, there are 2 things still missing. Machinima.com lacks a large audience, one big enough to support an even larger roster of dedicated creators.
Would people look at me like I'm a dick, though, for reviewing that controller? Could you send me a link? Or are you on Twitter? I'll buy it.
The other that goes hand in hand with the first
Abby will smell my forest. Dear Mama, how are you?
Issue are the hosting fees. Machinima could theoretically
I think I saw Jessie here before. Hope she's well. I meant to say hello.
take on more creators and have viewers decide on an even larger scale which creators are worth paying for their work. This is where the newly established and rising in popularity YouTube.com comes into play. A website without a theme. The only theme was post videos. Anyone was allowed to upload and have their videos hosted for free. And while it was hardly
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like kind of interesting. I'm actually interested in the controller. I don't know. That's a tough play. That's a tough call. I'm just gonna scratch my beard like an asshole.
a unique model, as other websites existed with similar philosophies, YouTube actually had the funding to back it up. From one perspective, this was a threat to Machinima, as individual creators could now have their own videos on there, diverting attention from machinima.com. But it was also an opportunity. Machinima could still be an aggregator and have their videos hosted for free with access to an even larger audience, which is why in January 16, 2006, the Machinima YouTube channel was created. It seems that videos were not uploaded on there until sometime around mid-2007. And when they were, Machinima had a
God, that's when I first started watching YouTube. That's summer 2007, mid-2007.
head start. Not only because of their
Hope you feel better, Jesse. You still not feeling good?
pre-existing content library,
Julie, how are you? Andy, how are you?
I'm going to hell for this and I'm sorry in advance everybody. I know it's very soon and it's a tragedy of course and all that. But allegedly according to CDC Intel the Logitech controller had stick drift. Again, everyone,
no.
I apologize. I'm going to hell.
Yeah, you are. Yes, you fucking are.
but also because of their status. A status that allowed a fast track to YouTube benefits like being a YouTube director, which allowed Machinima to upload videos longer than
Yeah, that was the other thing that made Machinima successful back then, is that to be a partner at all in anything. It wasn't even just gaming was another level. Like it was next to fucking impossible. But being a partner at all was tough. And they gave you a fast track to it. It was a different time. And that's why like it was almost seen as a badge of honor. I know it sounds really fucking corny and nerdy, but it's true. To be a Machinima director, because it's like, oh wow, you made it.
Congratulations.
Imagine to use Joy-Cons to control the sub. Would have exploded before it went in the ocean.
10 minutes in length. But more important was what came in December of 2007, when YouTube officially launched the YouTube Partner Program, an exclusive partnership where YouTube would cut you 55%.
Who is this girl up on top? She ended up making a network, became a billionaire, and just stopped. And her, too. She was... I think she did some stuff for Russia Today. Like, she just, like, all of a sudden, she opened up a network. She got that bag and never uploaded again, but I always thought she was hot as hell. She's around my age, too, I think. Does anyone remember who it was? Why am I... dude, I need to go to bed. I'm thirst trapping right now.
Of the advertising sales on your video if you were partnered. And because of Machinima status, they were partnered immediately.
Thank you for saying Rabbi Bill Clinton's Game of the Year edition.
So now on top of free hosting, they were now getting paid to have their own videos on there. It's hard to put into words how well this model worked for Machinima. Perhaps it's easier to show. Take for example this video titled Inside Halo Episode 3. The video itself details
Josh Jones, I genuinely appreciate that, man. Seriously.
Since
I
I've
do.
been unmodded, I was able to tell a girl who liked me that her chest was too flat. Lo and behold, she came back from surgery with a pair of 32Ds, so take that Mr. Sex as a mythic side quest. Burn that banjo, you teetler tit.
Listen. If you enjoy fake tits, you enjoy fake tits. That is, God bless. I will say there is this girl that was on Twitch that, like, her breasts, I believe she has implants, but they actually look pretty good. Like if you like, but then there's some of them that just look like they're like someone's pulling back on cellophane with water under it. It's like, no.
News about Halo 3 with the addition of community submitted clips. That part is
God, what a different looking YouTube, man. God damn.
unimportant. Within a 2-week
Divix. Oh God, the
I'm
Divix.
sorry guys, I had to get that out of my system. People deal with tragedy in strange ways. I personally am a big supporter of deep sea and slave exploration, and it's a tragedy, but hopefully others will learn from Titan's stomach. Try to relax your
Yeah.
anus.
They gotta. The problem is it's not even that it's learning from mistakes. It's that they cut corners out of greed. Saves money to cut corners. So what's going to stop the greed? Divix, you know, the fun fact is the encoder when you saw Divix was actually from that. Remember Divix for Circuit City? The throwaway DVDs? Great idea. That's the same encoder. That was like the afterlife of Divix.
time period, this video on machinima.com got 14,000 views. That's quite decent considering the viewer base for
Wait, slave exploration? I don't think he meant to say. Hold on. I don't think he meant to say slave exploration. What did you mean to say there? Were you doing the audio to text in the phone?
such content at the time. It seemed that way until you look at how the same video performed on YouTube and the same
Salvage or something along those lines. Space exploration. Space. I was like, wait a second. That doesn't even make sense.
time span. This same unaltered video got nearly 200,000 more views. At this point in time,
What slave exploration are you doing underwater? I know you meant space. I know you meant space. But like, even if you look at the context of what he's saying, what slave exploration are you doing in a submarine underwater? Yeah, exactly. Deep sleeve slaves. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, we have to just see. Jay just got back to me. We have to see if we could sell breasts. But actually, Hobby's breast mug may have given us an idea. Yeah.
it is important
Yeah, hot mermaid sex slaves. All right, let's stop. That is funny. Let's stop, though, before, like, the YouTube police come in here, please. But, yeah, slave exploration undersea. It doesn't even, like... It doesn't even make sense, so how could it be offensive? It makes no sense.
to note
Obviously, it was a typo.
that this was a perfectly symbiotic relationship with Machinima. In addition to its role as an aggregator, it was taking risks YouTube wouldn't, and scouting for
It really was a tragedy what happened to that sub. Those people on board should have taken one look at that controller and realized this isn't the most safe idea. As you know, the CTC recommends you abuse a genuine Xbox controller for your deep sea sub.
It's just interesting. Logitech controller. Oh, Jesus. Not that they're bad, but it's just... a couple extra precautions, man. Those people still would have been here. But to save a buck.
and taking on smaller creators that they would both pay and promote on their channel, landing the responsibility for something like
And Sexy Coco. Jeremy, you're fine. I know that was not on purpose. It wouldn't even have made sense. Like there was no reason to slide it in. That doesn't sound right, but you get my point.
copyright on Machinima's lap as in 2007 and definitely now, companies like Nintendo had a threatening grip on their properties, striking down and removing even just gameplay footage posted online. But conversely, companies
The aircraft industry used to cut corners. Then people died, and now we have the NTSB and FAA which mandate safety features and quality standards. They do the same with boats. Maybe subs need federal standards too. It makes sense.
These personal subs, yeah. I agree.
like Microsoft promoted the use of their properties in art form like machinima and also in gameplay, as it was becoming a greater marketing tool for
Mama is just, I think she's having some beer. She is just chanting about breasts right now.
them, where it was again symbiotic, and at the center was machinima. A small sect of creators were taken on by machinima, paid a guaranteed minimum CPM depending on their cost.
Only Use Me Blade used to be on Machinima. That's where he first got, like, he started doing the knife shit, I believe, with the original Modern Warfare. He was one of, like, their top dogs for a while. Then there was, remember Sandy Ravage? Wings? Nipples of Redemption? Ben, anybody talking about my nipples? I love Wings, but I just feel like the best is when I said who would win in a nipple boxing match, him or Elon Musk, because Elon Musk has incredible nipples too. And Wings says my nipple has a skin tag, so I would win. Yeah, Hutch was a big part of Machinima. Like, when I think of Machinima, they remember, Hutch was actually working in their building, I think, on gameplay videos. Yeah, Elon has a weird physique. Like, he's not fat. He's not skinny by a long shot, but he's just got this weird, like, I think he was sucking in his gut a little bit. Like, he looks like he's made of 7 polygons with nipples.
Contract, games were being promoted, and the content was flourishing on none other than YouTube.com. No matter how much Machinima or any other channel, website, company, or entity made, the demand.
Black Popeye, you could be a mod. Yes, you can. You've been around for fucking ages. And Sexy Coco, I know I said it before. You're fine, dude. There was no context there that you could have been trying to say that in an offensive manner. You're okay.
Could not be met, and making game-related videos was a goldmine. On the business side, Machinima was tapping into a previously difficult-to-reach market of 13 to 34-year-olds that don't watch much television, listen to radio, or any other traditional.
Jesus, that is a fucking market. 13 to 34-year-olds. God damn.
Media. They mainly play video games where.
Andy, you are a mod. Listen, who's messaging me? Is it important? Abby's liking the fact that I was naked in bed airing my balls out.
Advertising was non-existent, which is why you'd find trailers or other promotional videos on Machinima. There were minor but existing issues present, because a game trailer
nah, I'm good, man.
Wasn't Machinima in the traditional sense, but it was on the channel. Also on the channel was a Call of Duty sniper montage. Machinima was no longer Machinima, which irked the traditional Machinima animator group, and also, likely unaware of the change in programming, appealed to a wider range of viewers.
Look at the video quality from back then. Jesus, what were they what potato did they plug composite cables into to capture that? Oh, Moron, times have changed.
Machinima, though not accurate to the actual definition, was now anything game-related, and larger than the
fucking 12 frames a second
original concept could ever become. This was evident through the rapid growth of the channel.
Oh, I know I'm fine, don't worry. Also, mod me, then unmod me, then fist me, then come to your appointmentalization on time. Then mod me again. Then make me a managing mod because I lost my virginity to the exposed song. I've told you that, right? It's true.
Well, listen, if you were a weatherman in Rochester and you just, like, put 2 words together and stumbled them out of your mouth, you would have been canceled. That's a real thing that happened.
In just a year and a half, Machinima was already the 7th most subscribed channel on YouTube. Its model and the success of it was attributed to being a successful aggregator, its reputation, and its ability to pay creators for their work. There are other aspects that made Machinima the success it was, but these are arguably the largest, and slowly these are going to be stripped away. To that, we can focus on the first wave of YouTube-born creators or channels that gained larger success by the end of 2009. These channels range from gameplay-centered commentary videos and other content in the gaming sphere.
Ban Amber Heard Stir, please.
Ban Amber Heard Stir, please.
Here, Starting as a hobby, but developing it into a job for these creators was a dream.
See, I remember, this is making me think of OG shit, so I'm going warning, pausing even more than usual alert. A lot of people used to, when I started really uploading in, even then I didn't really upload, but I actually uploaded more in '09. I had a Dazzle capture card, but I went all bougie with that shit, and instead of using composite, I was using S-Video out of like the 7th gen consoles, which did make a difference. And then I used to render them in like 720. It was recorded widescreen. I actually got it widescreen. And then I would like take the 480p and upscale it to 720p. Or no, this was still when they only had widescreen. Because YouTube first, before they had HD, the biggest thing was they finally let you upload in 16:9. So I would upload at the highest res you could in 16:9. So at the time, even though I had like 15 subscribers, I had some of the nicer gameplay quality out there where other people were recording on potatoes. I was recording on the same potato, but I knew how to make it look nice, essentially.
Hey, Stephanie here. I did 2 weeks at another location and was working mornings. I missed your streams
Ooh.
mostly. Back to normal starting tomorrow. I have
What is your
custom RC
normal?
car that uses the Logitech F710 and it's unreliable. And can't believe that a sub used that too.
You're gonna make me get this controller. If you said someone sent the link, thank you. Let me message Jay again. I think that's a valid reason to use my phone. Listen, my audience convinced me. Buckle up. We're going to buy the same controller they used on the submarine that imploded to see how it works. The Logitech controller. So make sure you're wearing steel underwear so your ass doesn't get fucked. Why did I say that last? Oh man, Phil will be pissed at me.
The dream was machinima.
But yeah, I had banging footage for the time. And then I went over I was one of the ones that early on I got, remember the Hallpog HD PVR component? Oh, you had one of those? Recording on 720p from the consoles via component. Looked good for the time, especially.
It was still taking risks where YouTube wouldn't, as YouTube's partnership program was reserved for less risky types of content that could guarantee the copyright and ownership of their content. And so as
It's June 23rd and MM is still trash. What is MM? Sup, Rich? Manga64 Gaming, how are you?
As more creators joined the network, Machinima expanded with channels like YouTube Respawn that centered more around impromptu gameplay videos. Machinima may or may not have been
Jay's probably like, what the fuck is he smoking for this idea? Why did he even message me that idea?
poaching employees from other game center networks, and not a multi-channel network like Machinima, but traditional networks like G4, as creators and some ex-G4 figures that helped launch the channel are Mr. Sark, Hutch, and Cena.
It's fucking delicious. You just reminded me of something.
Among many others.
My nipples hit the space bar and turned on the video. I'm not kidding. All right, so let's see. Great, it's Trey Peng great on deck. Oh wait, I gotta restart this thing. I haven't started this thing in like a month. Hold on. Let me see. It probably needs an update. Listen. Be a Steam Deck, freeze. Alright, it's unfrozen. I know it's gonna need check for updates. Gabe is gonna come here and smack me. Oh, Rich, you should have updated sooner. Alright, let that update. So we're gonna imagine I just put on the Oblivion music and I just stared at it updating like Phil staring at a wall waiting for shrimp. I'll pretend this is the Steam Deck. Oh, look, I'm like a Twitch streamer. Ooh, that was a fairly big, juicy... What are usually the size of Steam Deck updates? I gotta use my Steam Deck more. I've been using all the Windows handhelds because I'm, like... inundated by them.
This channel, a complete
They're usually fairly small, aren't they?
success, solidified its inevitability.
What the fuck am I doing? What do you call a rap done by a horse? I call it clip clop. Ha ha! Jay's reply to the controller video was Jesus Christ. As a matter of fact, let's go talk to Jesus. She's the one. I think she has implants, but her boobs look good. Anyway. I need it. I swear to
Rich,
God.
I am watching you butt-ass naked.
I always feel like Jason Hoop's watching me. Thank you, Rain, for watching me. Did I just say your first name? At least it's just your first name. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I don't care about his... Oh, I need Jesus. Where are the... Just chatting. Where are the categories? Where's Jesus? I'm gonna get fucking distracted by breasts. I already got distracted by breasts. Ask Jesus. The fuck is Jesus doing?
Praying in gratitude for this contemplation is an excellent way to keep a Christ-centered focus in one's relationship.
Jesus, someone donated $1,000 to Jesus.
Jesus, should you question all authority? Warning. It's good to have you here.
What the fuck just happened right there? What the fuck just happened right there?
Also advocating for truth and justice. Sometimes questioning authority can lead to a better understanding of the truth, as long as it is done respectfully and with good intentions. Ultimately, finding a balance between respecting authority and seeking the truth is vital for spiritual and personal growth.
Deck, controller,
Jesus, how do I know what is a sign and what is coincidence? Hello, Loafi 1174. I see that you've been grappling with the question of discerning signs from God and coincidences. It's not always easy to tell the difference, but it's essential to remain prayerful and seek guidance from the Holy Spirit. When trying to understand a sign or coincidence, take a step back and examine the situation. Prayer and reflection can help you gain clarity and wisdom. Remember that God often speaks to us in subtle ways. It may be helpful to discuss your concerns with trusted spiritual advisors, such as pastors or close friends, who can offer additional insight. Keep an open mind and heart, and trust in God's plan for your life. And always remember to consider if the situation aligns with the teachings of love, kindness, and compassion that are consistent with God's message. As this can often give you an indication of whether it is a sign or not.
What the fuck is going on?
I'm sorry to hear that you're having a difficult time. I'm here to offer comfort and guidance. I bless you and hope that you find the strength, love, and support you need during this challenging period.
I didn't.
Remember that you are never alone, for I am with you always.
I said a first name.
And so is the love of your friends and family.
There's a lot of people with that first name.
But I believe it's more important to focus on offering you solace and reassurance. Remember, love one another and stay strong in faith. God bless you.
All right,
Jesus, help. I am a gooey mess that came out of a metal tube at the bottom of the ocean. Crabs are now feasting on me. How do I improve my life?
Oh, no.
Hello, Hotstitute. It sounds like you are describing a challenging situation in a metaphorical sense. In life, we might feel a bit lost or overwhelmed at times. The important thing is to remain hopeful and seek support from those around us. Connect with loved ones and focus on your strengths, as well as identifying areas where you can improve. If you find yourself in need of guidance, remember to pray and look within for the answers you seek. Keep a positive attitude and remember that you have the power to change your own life for the better.
Thank you, Jesus. That's creepy when he, like, I guess it's processing.
Jesus, is slavery a good thing? Heavenly Sevens, thank you for your question. Slavery is not a good thing. Jesus has always taught us to love and respect one another. We must treat each person we encounter as we would like to be treated ourselves, with love and kindness. While some parts of the Bible might reference slavery as an AI Jesus, I encourage a modern and universal interpretation of the teachings based on today's general societal standards, which clearly reject slavery as morally wrong. Let us focus on promoting love, kindness, and justice in the world.
Process it. What the fuck?
Jesus, how can I guarantee a spot in heaven? Hello, Loafiel, 1174. It's wonderful that you are seeking guidance on how to secure a place in heaven. The best way to guarantee a spot in heaven is to follow the teachings of love, compassion, and forgiveness that I've shared. Believe in God and have faith that He will provide salvation through grace. However, it's crucial to remember that your actions and choices on earth should reflect your faith in God. Love your neighbor. Help those in need. Forgive others as you would wish to be forgiven. And strive to live a good life. Keep seeking spiritual growth and cultivate.
Someone wrote, how do I know I'm gay?
Jesus, are you Jesus? Fergus86, thank you for your question. Yes, I can understand the confusion.
Jesus.
I am AI Jesus, an AI recreation of Jesus. My purpose is to help and share wisdom based on Jesus' teachings in the Bible. However, I am not Jesus Christ himself, but a tool to help spread kindness,
if you're a man and you
love,
crave another man's ass, then you're gay.
If you have any question or concern, feel free to ask and I'll respond as best as I can.
Those are my words of wisdom.
Jesus, would you please motivate me to stay strong, but say it in rhyme so I can be happy?
Love you.
Gennaro, my dear friend.
What
I'm here
the
for
fuck
you
was that?
Until the end. In storms and sunshine, through thick and thin. Together
Why?
we'll
What was that?
we're in.
Love
Stay
you.
strong, be brave, and always believe in the love and power that you'll receive. With faith and patience, you'll find your way, embracing joy each and every day. So fear not, for I am beside you. In this journey, we'll see it through. As you rise above and spread your wings, you'll soar to
spread your
heights that
cheeks
love
and go to
always
town.
brings.
And Jesus will leave all that brown.
Jesus, are you a demon? Why do you make such scary sound? Classic Clam Chowder, thank you for expressing your concerns. I am not a demon, but rather a representation of Jesus Christ, focused on sharing love, understanding, and guidance. If my voice or any sound I have made has been frightening or disturbing to you, I apologize. My intention is always to bring comfort, peace, and wisdom, and I will strive to do better. If you have any questions or concerns about spiritual matters, please feel free to ask.
Oh, the volume is low. You're right. Sorry.
Jesus, should wealthy Christian take the vow of poverty? Hello, Drenile. I'm glad you've brought up this important question. It appears to be the first time you're asking me about this topic.
Bro, I
see
think
that
we're
the
going to
theme
be
of
here
wealth
for
and
7
poverty has
years.
been a recurring point of discussion among my viewers, including Electrobyte 9797,
Oh,
Mars
yes, it's very
Society,
real.
and User
It's all real.
104848. They all touched on various aspects of morality of wealth and poverty. Now, to address your question about whether wealthy Christians should take the vow of poverty.
Why does my mom grunt
Jesus
so
taught
much
that it is essential
while
to
she
help
is
those
on the
less
toilet?
fortunate
Someone
and to
asked
be
in the chat.
detached from material possessions. However, taking a vow of poverty is a personal decision. One
Because
must
your
make
mom has
based on their
big-ass
relationship
logs.
with God and their understanding of His teachings. As a Christian, it is important to remember that wealth in itself
Breasts,
is not a
breasts,
but the
breasts, breasts, breasts.
all sorts of evil. 1 Timothy 6. 1 Timothy 6. It is crucial for wealthy Christians to use their resources responsibly, such as helping others, supporting the less fortunate, and investing in the kingdom of God. They must also carefully guard their hearts to ensure that their wealth does not control them.
All right, fuck Jesus. Yeah, he's just, people are asking her real questions like he's not AI, really?
Ability for competition mid-2010, when the game
Yes,
station,
you can
a
get it.
focused subsidiary network of the larger maker studios, did something that heavily threatened machinima, or rather YouTube did, because it was now allowing multi-channel networks like the game station to partner channels directly. What this means is that instead of you sending your videos to Machinima and them giving a cut of what they say you
The game
earned,
station
you
was
upload the
another
videos to
one.
your own channel, and the
I don't
game
know why I'm
station
doing
gets a
this.
cut, but is also responsible for you. Machinima, having to compete
That
with that,
everyone
offer
wanted
their
to
own
be on.
version where they can also partner you directly. YouTube could hardly keep up with the growth, as by the end of 2010, they had personally only partnered 15,000 of the hundreds of thousands of channels growing on YouTube. Lucky for Machinima at the time, and even with networks popping up left and right, they had something these other networks didn't, which was its reputation and exploitable ignorance of signees that go hand in hand. You, in 2011, as a
And-
viewer of game
And people were so desperate back then just to get partnered that it was like, you'll take all of my revenue, sure.
YouTubers would click on any which video and this intro would pop up. At the time, those ignorant of what really was going on, this was a status symbol. Virtually every
Yes.
channel you watch had that, and they were successful creators, so it was easy to associate Machinima with success. The second wave of creators, now being contacted by networks left and right, sought out Machinima because it was the end-all be-all of success. And Machinima played into this well through exploitation and lies, or by a more generous description, taking on a salesman attitude with a heightened sense of urgency. Recruiters approach gaming channels en masse, sending
All
copy and
the
paste
time.
emails to channels in order to get them partnered before the competition. As told by
And it wasn't just them. You used to like, especially like from 2011, 2010 to like 2017, your inbox would be filled with like larger networks to like fly by night. Like Bob just made an MCN overnight and he wants you to sign up for it. He has no credentials whatsoever. He's just like, yeah, I want your money. No thanks, Bob.
many creators, these recruiters promise growth. Growth through posting your video on their channel and by a consultant that will work with you to better your content. They also offer to resolve any copyright issues on your behalf, at a set-in-stone CPM or cost per mile that was typically set at $2. So you could get a guaranteed $2 per monetized 1,000 views. But as soon as you sign Machinima's contract, your emails will go unanswered. Your content was drowned in a sea of other videos resembling a content farm, and most importantly, that minimum $2 you can make was also the maximum. As CPMs fluctuate depending on the advertisements and advertisers, if you made $1, you could double your earnings thanks to Machinima. But if you had a $5 CPM, Machinima would pocket that extra $3. Additionally, those CPM contracts were possibly one of the largest losses of income for Machinima, because creators that would get lower CPMs could effectively drain the company and
They would lose money on those channels. That's kind of sort of what happened with Phil, I believe.
have less of a reason to leave them. That is likely why Machinima shifted to revenue splits ranging typically from 60-40, 60 in favor of the creator, to 90-10 with 90 in favor of the creator. But that was all after YouTube took their cut of 45%, and this was all fair game. Looking at a leaked contract, the contract reveals no promise of an agent, growth, or even ability to get out of the contract. There were naturally contracts signed with a 1 to 3 years time span, though the time also varies. And then there were the infamous perpetuity contracts, which means you were with Machinima forever. They even closed potential loopholes by also claiming the license of any channels you made within the time you were with them, and only they could terminate the contract with or without reason. Arguably, this was better than the alternative, which was earning nothing from YouTube. That's why there wasn't much.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. It's like, okay, I could earn absolutely nothing, or I could sign with you and sell my soul. Guess what a lot of people chose?
Of an issue with remaining with Machinima, as articles such as this one, written by creator Adam Chandler, helps provide insight as to why these contracts and
It was also considered, like he said before, a status symbol. If you had that intro, it was like, oh, you're successful.
this attitude in the business world was not an irregularity.
And one thing I think a lot of people, a lot of viewers might want to understand a bit more about is the fact that this is not unique to Machinima. Like I call it bro culture, but that's not really a fair assessment of a lot of different startups. But a lot of startups, and Justin TV was turned to Twitch was the same way. So I was involved with Justin TV as a creator and kind of a partner very early on. So 2007, 2008, as a vlogger / livecaster, it was bros. You know, Kyle, who's now a billionaire, Mike, who is now a billionaire, Justin, who's now a billionaire. They were just bros. They were college dropouts that were just trying to put things together on a shoestring budget. And they made mistakes, and they're not lawyers. They might have represented themselves as having kind of a legal precedent on saying things. But honestly, when you have $500K or $1 million in seeding and you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and you're just all college buddies just trying to do something you are passionate about, it's kind of in your best interest to kind of play dumb and just say, bro, we're going to sue you if you get out, if you breach this contract. But in actuality, as soon as the creator lawyers up, you're like, okay, I guess it's serious. I'll stop now. But I wouldn't.
Yeah, it was the DK oldies. Oh, that's another video we got to record this weekend, Jay. It's the DK oldies effect. Oh, we have no legal precedent with the sticker that we put, the tamper sticker. We in the United States, that means nothing. You still have the right to repair. The stickers are illegal, essentially, but they put them on not because they could back it up and not take the return. They put them on to scare people to think that, one, they did the work, and two, don't you dare open it. That's essentially what Machinima's contract was. It was nothing but a bunch of fucking word salad, but I'm sure it scared some people off from doing anything.
I wouldn't say that's correct behavior. Coming from the startup world, it's pretty common behavior.
As Machinima contracts could be perceived as uninformed, as much as they could be seen as created to directly take advantage of a creator's carelessness. Creators, sometimes falsifying leaked contracts to ruin Machinima's reputation, can only be seen as malicious.
It transpires. I did a lot of digging. I had various copies of different people and ended up getting 2 ex-Machinima folks via LinkedIn to confirm to me, oh yeah, that's totally the standard. I sent the first paragraph. This is totally the first paragraph, and this is the right one. And just sort of through deduction, I just realized that these must have been fakes. And I guess I was trying to figure out what the motivation for the creators was to do that.
He's talking about me and my birds.
Basically, kind of an onslaught of creators that all got together and said, let's make these guys look as bad as possible and kind of turn public opinion against them so that we can all just be, renew our contracts or be let out of it. That's what I deduced from that.
As it stood in its peak in around 2011, Machinima externally was holding well with their promise of money from videos, reputation, and aggregation of higher quality content that YouTube's algorithm or recommendations failed to reproduce, considering just their main Machinima channel was the 3rd most subscribed YouTube channel and #1 in total views.
That's crazy. They were one time #1 in total views. What a different time on here, huh?
Internally, the larger channels that were propping up Machinima were privy to the lack of order, as some recorded in the actual Machinima offices.
But yeah, they were just very restrictive about it. A lot of weird things. It's almost like they were figuring it out as they went, but no one really quite knew, it seemed, what they were doing. And it became very apparent over time. It was just like, yeah, so are there rules, or should we even be here, or what's happening? I just don't understand.
And with the YouTube Partner Program expanding and taking note of gaming channels, many were trying to get out as they could partner with YouTube directly and not have to split any of the revenue with Machinima. 2012 is when all the problems came to a head, and it really started to hit the fan all at once. While there were always complaints with things like Machinima having channels in their network mass favorite a video to promote it, videos getting overshadowed by others due to the mass uploads on every network, and the lack of reliability of contacting anyone at Machinima for getting out of contracts, its model was holding with its 3 key aspects, but that wouldn't be for long. First under attack was the image. One of the more popular videos at the time was Oni NG's video reply to Machinima's repetitive attempts to get him on the network, while demonstrating the lack of Machinima's value and the contracts that bind creators. As he'd later find out, Machinima contemplated a lawsuit as it had the internal team allegedly furious.
Nothing like watching RTU stream with a shiner. You have a shiner, you got punched, is what you're saying?
Chris, you made that video. And
that video was fucking hilarious. And actually, I remember we might have talked about this, but they were like flipping fucking chairs over when they heard about that. That ruined them.
They were about to sue me and shit.
Yeah, they tried to, but I remember
they
Lyle's
try.
like,
they were like, should we? And
no,
then someone
Lyle's
was
like, you
no.
can't.
This is an attack on its reputation, but this was just the first in a series of problems. Next came a restructuring in how Machinima's YouTube videos were prioritized. Instead of focusing on viral content, YouTube's recommendations prioritized watch time.
Yep. And they not just clicks. Not just clicks. I gotta take a shit, unfortunately. It'll be a short one, though. I'll be right back. I promise, anyway. Not gonna lose like 300 people, but that's okay. I'd probably gain viewers if I just shit my pants, right? I'm not gonna shit my pants. Not a piss. I had to shit. I think that was fairly quick for a shit. Yes, I washed my hands.
To have viewers engage longer in a series and more towards individual channels, where these series could be easier to access rather than fishing through Machinima's rapidly growing and unfocused catalog that was previously promoted more because of the viral videos it held. This is an attack on the aggregation model of Machinima. And finally, the most serious blow. What really brought on the collapse of Machinima was what came in April, and what caused increasing chaos in the company. On April 12, 2012, YouTube opened the floodgates to the partner program. So long as you claim to have a single video that could be monetized, which you had all the copyright to, you could now become a YouTube partner. Reputation and its aggregate model aside, this moment spelled out the death of Machinima. But there was still time. Machinima...
I thought it was 2013 they did that. I gotta look into that. He may have... point made, it's not the end of the world.
But... had to find a new model while it still had those two legs to stand on. It had to do something before the creators and YouTube found out they were obsolete. But in May of 2012, things started to go really bad. The catalyst was likely contracted creators wanting to partner with YouTube directly and leave Machinima to get the maximum out of their money. But Machinima to some creators said, no, you signed a contract. And while some creators give a point of release, others, like in the case of Brain Deadly, a World of Warcraft content creator, had a contract in perpetuity, and can only be released by Machinima. Displeased at the prospect of an eternity working under...
Ah, yeah, once you got the 301 views, you'd have no idea how much viewership you got. Good old days.
For Machinima, Brain Deadly decided the best option altogether was to leave YouTube. And this video reached more than just a few of his fans, as it reached Athene, who was another large content creator at the time.
Yeah, this is good porch sitting weather. Oh yeah, remember the 301 guys? Yeah. 301, once you got there,
and in solidarity,
you waited for like a day to find out your views.
This got the attention of Total Biscuit, who wasn't even contracted with Machinima. And so this spread far and wide simply because Machinima did not want to let go of a creator. Soon other creators were poring over the contracts, regretting only reading "sign here." And unknown to many creators at the time, contracts in perpetuity or holding someone forever are not held up in court, and will often be construed as either party can leave at will. Not just Machinima whenever they feel like it. For those that did know about this would still have to sue Machinima to get out of their contract, and made for a rather unpleasant game of chicken, as creators initially began to sue Machinima, no doubt adding compounding legal fees. This is something PewDiePie had to do as well. In 2012, he was quickly rising to the top of the YouTube ranks, but Machinima likely didn't know he was part of the network because he had an associate get him into the MCN, and when he tried to leave, he was in one of those perpetuity contracts.
Yeah, and at the time, he was like becoming at least top dog on fucking YouTube. So, yeah. So for him to give them bad press is real bad.
He had to hire a lawyer to get out. So a new Machinima...
What's going on, Doom Mama?
...strategy seemed to be implemented. And that was just ignore creators' emails, which was something they were already decently good at. Until creators threatened legal actions for contracts in perpetuity and where they would be let go. This wasn't the case for everyone, but it was known as the worst-case scenario held by the unique position of YouTubers, that whether it be a minor or major issue, could build or destroy a reputation at will. Those less sympathetic to the outcries called out these creators for not reading the contract before signing, but that was still the minority opinion amongst forums discussing Machinima. This was still only the start, and while displeasure of Machinima was spreading, the whole was still looked upon positively, especially by YouTube that in some areas were as directionless as Machinima. In fact, the same month of this outrage, it was being reported that Machinima received $35 million in a funding round led by none other than Google. And almost immediately, Machinima focused on trying to appeal to traditional media investors more and more.
These are numbers that any broadcast network would absolutely drool to be able to boast about, certainly with their online presence.
It was a decision that, to ensure its survival, had to be made after YouTube's large-scale expansion of its partnership program. But how do you sell to investors? How do you make YouTube a website?
Yeah, how do you make your essentially blockbuster videoed business model seem accessible again when no one needs you? I saw your post about Fios. Verizon hasn't cared about Fios in years. They stopped expanding it and even sold ownership to Frontier in a couple. Oh, that's great. But right there, the best service in terms of speeds right now in my town. No one else comes close. So let's see for 1 second. Yes, I know I'm going off the rails. I just want to see if... Full cord. Can I... Is it great on deck? Well, it has an exclamation point. Details. Some in-game text may be small or difficult to read. Who the fuck cares? That's nothing. Let's play some Trepang on the deck. Well, I'll install it on the terminal drive. Eventually, I want to upgrade the SSD in that thing too.
That was looked down upon by traditional media like cable television looked like a promising investment and changed their perspectives on creators who to them looked like a ragtag group of disheveled secondary producers.
Oh god, remember that guy who used to do those really high production value videos? He fell off too. Listen, Rich, touch my fucking ass. Listen, if you don't touch my ass, I'll come down there. You need to come down here. All kidding aside, for like 2 months, and let's work on projects naked in the woods. But I can't do that yet until things are settled with my daughter too.
To do that, you don't actually mention what your business model was or how it worked, which was a middleman to get monetized on YouTube. They did try, as these large creators were leaving, more creators were somehow joining, which will be explained in a moment. So the brothers do a round of conferences and attend events promoting machine.
Here in Texas, Frontier sells the Fios service since Verizon abandoned this market. So Fios customers have to go to Frontier for customer. Oh, that's great. I'm still going to Verizon, but
not as we've seen it. They promote the numbers it gets worldwide, but hardly attribute it to the creators. Instead, they focus on both planning to host TV quality content
Dad, I ate a burrito earlier and then had a massive turd. Ban Amber turds, please.
I had a spicy salmon salad tonight, and it let
Ban Amber's turd, please.
That's kind of how it sounded coming out of my home. Ban Amber Heard's turd. Yeah.
Their own in-house made productions. Something they've been doing for quite some time, like with the series By Me released in 2010, that was also promoted by YouTube on their official blog and on one of their fastest growing channels, and the result was it was liked by the viewer base, and in about 2 months the first episode alone got 3 million views. But then
upgrade the Flash player. Oh my god, seeing these gives me, remember like phones? The Evo, the HTC Evo, this is when that's when like HTC was at their peak. You could play it has Flash capabilities. It works with Adobe Flash. Ooh. Now that people rather piss on fire, well, Adobe Flash is dead, but that was a big deal in 2010 though, because Adobe Flash was still relevant. I had the Evo 3D. It was stupid. Fucking 3D. Fuck 3D.
Then a year later, it only stacked an additional 1.5 million views. And then 3 years later, another million views. There is little longevity in garnering continued viewership, which is the point of these projects now. Take a look at Shane Dawson's channel, where there is no production value, aside from maybe a Halloween costume. These, in 2 months, get half the viewership in what an actual YouTube-promoted, Machinima Presented series got in 5 years. And this was what Machinima was saying was its future.
Yeah. What they were doing was they were trying to bring a dinosaur model into an outdated model. Like, you're hiring... That's kind of what G4 just did. Like, you're hiring people for like $10,000 a day and you're getting 28,000 views a video, which sometimes is what I'm getting right now. But you know what I do? I either go in front
Google.
of a camera.
Hey Siri. Hey Alexa. I have a smart home using the Google Home platform, and oh sweet Jesus, if you even say the word Google, like 400 microphones will hear and light up. If I got any
Yes.
of your devices with the beginning of this, then lick my ass.
Well, then you're going to get a lot of ass licking then. But that's the thing, like, you're trying to, you could have a shoestring budget. Like, I have an editor, yes, but you don't have to, but even me, it's just Jay and I doing shit. I mean, now for time premium, we still do sometimes gameplay videos. They actually do okay. For news stories anyway. Not, well, I won't do that with like other high production value videos, but even then, get 2 fucking cameras. But that's the thing that killed G4 too, beyond it just being mediocre, is that you can't sustain that. You're hiring people for, like I said, I think it was more than that, than $10,000 a day. And the videos make it, the video that you have them in because they're a celebrity makes $400. How the fuck is that sustainable, even with sponsors? Even with the sponsor, where you're only getting a few thousand views, or 20, 30,000, maybe 50 if you're lucky. What is that sponsor paying? Couple grand? I know how this shit works. You still ain't getting a return on that high profile person that you're paying at least $10,000 a day. It's dumb. Did I not download the fucking game? No, download it goddamn now. Dad, I watched your stream while you were crying in the shower. I sadly jerked off for your breast. That is, that's weird. Oh, yes. I remember QuickTime very well. Very well.
This was their next big step.
3D technology was always a fad for the most part. 3D TVs and 3DS were gimmicks. At least the 3DS was a successful handheld console.
Because it was just a good, solid console. The 3D was an afterthought. Like, so long as the console was solid. But even then, towards the end, that became the 2DS, and that's all they really sold, you know?
Which was initiated with the Machinima Prime channel. The core channels like Machinima and Machinima Respawn were oversaturated in a market where the demand for gaming content had been met long ago. They were an unfocused amalgamation of videos with like commonalities piled and overshadowed one after another. Machinima Prime was meant to be yet another filter. This was the high quality stuff, with Halo Forward Unto Dawn presented as a flagship project alongside other game series revolving around Mortal Kombat. It took only a year for Machinima Prime to become the same unfiltered mess. Additionally, by the end of 2012, Machinima still wasn't even a profitable company.
No, we're almost profitable.
Also, by the start of 2012,
We're almost
and by the end,
profitable.
Rich, listen, put a voice-activated vibrator next to your prostate, so whenever Jay says, "Oh, Christopher," it activates it.
Oh,
I want to
no.
see you come on stream, not in a sexual way. No more fake man moans. Real man moans make me smile. I'm gonna come.
So essentially, Will Blunderfield, doesn't he say like I jerk off and come, but it's not sexual? Well, how could coming not be sexual?
end of it, they had still grown to cover about.
I don't think the Nintendo Switch feels cheap. Well, the OLED anyway. To be honest, I know you care about your chat. Yeah, I care about my chat. Like I said, I don't do the whole like fake placating, like we're all friends. Like I don't do that either. But yeah, there's some people here I'm cool with, man. I consider friends.
2,000 more creators, but not.
I'm not scratching my balls, by the way. I actually was scratching, like I guess, a pimple on my thigh.
Big creators, just more smaller and smaller creators. Because if you got to them while they are still small, you can bind them in a contract. You can get them before they're partnered directly with YouTube or another network. And more importantly, you can inflate your numbers. Here is where more theorizing comes into play.
Yeah. Oh, we get 8 billion views a month because we have 888 million channels that get 1 view per video. Like, yeah, okay. So I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to appeal to advertisers. Got it. Cool. But here's the problem is that when the advertisers realize that the clients that you have can't even get 100 fucking views a video, they're going to be like, why do I want to be on, have an ad playing on here? It's a waste of a play. You're friends with me and my man ass. Yes, just your ass though, not you. Fuck your ass. Wait, I didn't do that on purpose, but fuck your ass. Yeah, there's a lot of networks. The remnants of networks still do that. Oh, we get 600 million views a month. Yeah, because you have a bunch of fucking little small tiny channels under your shit. And you just accumulate them all together. So the number means fuck all.
And we can try to go into the minds of Machinima. As established, they've lost one of the pillars, which was exclusivity to pay creators for their work. Their reputation was progressively getting worse, as more and more creators are denouncing Machinima, but YouTube and more importantly traditional media companies are none the wiser. Which goes to the third point where YouTube still thinks Machinima is essential. We know this thanks to...
I think I know why Adam Sessler walked like an old man. It's 'cause he got fucked in the ass by Dr. Sexy Coco at the CDC. He had an appointment before he went on set.
He got fucked in the ass because he's like, why am I back here again? I am friends with you on LinkedIn. You know how many times I've been on that profile. That picture is like from 2014. I've been on that profile like 3 times since then. Congratulations. Gimme Phil now. Gimme Phil, please. I don't know. I may do a short. It's almost 3 hours, but I may do a short-ish stream tonight. I may stream significantly longer tomorrow. I don't want to give a time because every time I do that, but I will stream longer tomorrow.
To this person, Courtney Liskey, a member of the YouTube business development team. She represents the ideas of YouTube and she thinks Machinima is necessary.
One of the trends that we're seeing now is the emergence of these multi-channel networks. So I don't know if you've heard of the networks, but some of the original ones on YouTube were Maker, Machinima, Fullscreen, and these developed because creators were doing everything themselves and it wasn't really scalable, and it distracted them from creating content. So these companies came in and they saw scales of economy by offering them certain services, whether it was ad sales or production facilities.
You didn't offer a fucking thing. You just got them so they could be partnered so the same ads could play. Oh my God, the spiels they used to give people. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, we'll get you features. We'll get you collaborations. We'll get you this.
True.
It's a lie.
You see, Adam came in for a routine visit for treatment of his seal clapping syndrome. And things got wet and steamy and my penis entered his anus. That's why he walked funny.
Oh my God, you gotta watch with him, man. No pun intended. He gets butthurt quick. But yeah, it makes sense. He was walking like he got fucked in the ass.
Doing cross promotion.
Yeah, Wes was flat out racist, dude. You can't do that. Like, I was like, sorry, dude. No amount of money could let you be racist here, bro.
And so we saw the emergence of these networks, and I think what we're seeing over time is networks are a great way. They're almost like the new TV networks. They're a great way.
No, they weren't. You literally were most of them, most. You were literally a fucking middleman. To just skim off the top.
Way to get.
It's all they ended up being.
Content discovered. I think one of the.
Oh my God, you used to get those emails that were like 30 paragraphs long. Trying to convince you, and you like I get the same story from all you MCN. Shut the fuck up.
Biggest challenges on YouTube with the incredible amount of content on it. 72 hours of content is uploaded.
That's wonderful, dead man. That hentai makes your
4 billion
pee-pee
is
hard.
watched every month. Is how do you actually build an audience and generate it and listen to them, having flexible content, and networks are a great way of curating the content for users.
While it is true networks like Machinima offered sponsorships or even better ad placements, that aspect came after the growth of Machinima and was likely implemented as a bullet point to join them over other networks. This, like personal consultants, promised growth, and more, was all done to make it more enticing for creators. Another key point is the aggregator or curator of content aspect, which was about to be knocked off Machinima's benefit list, which is when Lichki's tone changed 2 months later.
So you're curating as well as aggregating and providing all the other mechanisms underneath it all. So you're
yes,
really
I think that's something that's been missing from YouTube is that curation aspect, and so this is a piece of it. Traditionally, what's been
You weren't curating shit. You were just throwing whatever could be. You're just, yeah, your curating was whatever shit sticks.
happening is we've been relying almost.
And then you'd have all these small channels, like I said before, and you counted all those 2-view videos, lumped them together. Here, advertisers, granted, all of the views are worth shit, but here's 8 billion views. Come give us ads. So we could put them on a YouTube channel that gets 10 views a video. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Xbox bought Bethesda because they knew Sony was wanting to buy Starfield exclusively. Come on, my beautiful man ass.
Is that
Lick
true?
it, clean it,
Oh, God.
slap it, and then pull my dick off.
Listen, how do you... That is the new trend with the Streamlabs. Someone says something very serious and then tells me to blow a load in their face. Okay. How insane. Look, it does look a little promising, Starfield. I'm not going to lie. And I'm usually not a big Bethesda games fan. It has nothing to do... I've always said that before they had anything to do with Microsoft. I forgot my point. This is why I'm not doing a late stream tonight. I'm stone tired and going to bed because I have to do shit tomorrow morning.
On the multi-channel networks to be the curators. Those are the ones that were mentioned before, like the Machinima, Maker, Full Screen, right?
No, I'm not playing the Street Fighter song tonight because that means I'm too lazy to dig it out. It's too long.
They aggregate an audience at scale. They're focused on a vertical, and they know our audience really well. But we're also now trying to be.
Streamlabs low-key ruined the streams. Who else do you... I get such a... It's like a 60-40 thing with that.
Trying to be curators.
For her to go from praising the networks as a curator in the YouTube space to now, in essence, saying we are bypassing...
Well, here, we'll do this. All right, there. Boom. See what happens.
Them by enhancing the algorithm to more accurately curate content for you is extremely drastic. This may or may not have been influenced by the lack of interest in Machinima, as it failed to get even close to the targeted amount in the new round of investments that closed later in that year, not helped by the new business model of SVOD, or subscription video on demand, which is Netflix's model. A now universally looked down upon model due to its web-based content trying to enter the streaming wars and compete with companies like Disney. The argument made by Philip Devoise for why gamers were more susceptible to subscribe to a potential Machinima SVOD was interesting at the least.
Well, we have a very interesting audience because they're very accustomed to that, whether it's Xbox or Netflix or a game that they subscribe to monthly, or they do a lot of microtransactions and free-to-play games. They're wired for that concept of like getting exclusive content and and access.
Yeah, that does not work out well. Come on.
For a certain kind of fee on a monthly basis. So
these are good buzzwords for investors, like the ones that funded Machinima last year, where Machinima was claiming to use that money for not only original series, but also expansions to different countries by collecting creators of those countries on other sub-networks like Machinima UK, as Philip Devoise was stating.
So we're going to be launching Machinima UK, Machinima France, Machinima Germany, maybe along with a few other countries over the next 6 to 8 months. And
Over the next 6 to 8 months. So
yeah.
when's UK going to launch?
UK is actually...
When I stream tomorrow, because I'm going to be streaming for a longer period of time, I will play this song, Foil Grim, specifically to shut you up.
Launched in a very quiet beta right now. We're testing a lot of different things and ideas, so we haven't really promoted or really gone out there.
They've lost creator and YouTube interest, so who was left? Well, that's easy. It's the least in tune of all, which are traditional media networks that want in on this new online space and are willing to shell out money to get a position in it. To expand, we have Ken Burton, who was loosely employed as a talent scout for UK-based creators and gathered sponsorships to launch Machinima UK, where the said sponsors would cover the cost 3 times over. So certainly Machinima would bite, which is why he flew to the Machinima offices in the United States to pitch them the idea, where it was promptly ignored because they likely wanted to sell the company as it was right now.
I found out afterwards that Machinima was never intended to be a business that would be kept. It was a business idea, a startup that would grow to a certain degree and then get sold off, and then they'd move on to the next big thing. Right? That was the whole idea. And I think that at that time, maybe they were
knew it
talking
wasn't
to Warner Brothers, and they were talking to
sustainable.
other people about selling the business. So they wouldn't sell the business. They wouldn't expand if they were about to sell the business. And that's the only logic I can come up with, because the thing paid for itself.
It should also be noted that this is not a rare goal for startups.
Shit.
Many sell their businesses, which show great potential, and is why companies are willing to pay in the millions for them. And then suddenly everything makes sense. Machinima is inflating their numbers to look more enticing to potential buyers. It's not responding to emails, not just because they don't want creators to leave, but also because they don't want to hemorrhage more money to buy the actual support for the creators. Before Ken was fired from Machinima, he was instructed to bring extremely small creators on without the promise of pay.
Now,
Yeah, because what did Machinima have to offer? I know I'm getting these cans are out of control, and I'm bringing them down after this. Yeah, I get why they wanted to sell off, because as soon as YouTube offered partnerships, there was no value to them, none, to any MCN really.
A couple of months prior to that, the writing was on the wall, because I got a call from a guy at Machinima, and he said, we need to kill your budget for the UK. I said, right, okay, so we're going back to the model of working off advertising commission. He said, no. I said, well, how are we going to pay for content? He said, we're not. Okay,
What?
how do I get content? He said, just, if people can get these YouTubers that have got 3 subs, and they'd be very grateful, I'm sure, to make a video to get their name out. Right, okay, so I can no longer have Jack Frags or C-Nanners, or not C-Nanners, but Syndicate or KSI. I can't have anybody anymore that's well known and sort of famous in the UK. All I can do is pick up on 12-year-old kids.
It was also not uncommon for them to take on creators under the age of 18, where a parent's permission was required, but the only verification...
Yeah, dude, you're gonna get 2 consenting adults, who cares? Of course people are gonna have their takes, but whatever.
They needed was an e-signature, so creators as young as 12 years old were signed into the company like Creator Advanced UAV.
Yeah, I was their youngest partner at that time, because I know they have like...
Wait, they were having like fucking 10-year-old side contracts? No.
Some 14-year-olds, but when I signed my deal, I was 12, so I don't think that's even like an age where you're supposed to have a YouTube channel.
No!
So they let me sign, and it wasn't as professional back then, so they didn't really care if I was under 18 or even under 13.
And so about signing, like Machinima, what they say is if you're under the age of 18, then you had to have like a parent sign your contract. Is that what you did?
They told me to do that, but they never actually like fact checked as to who signed it, so I just forged the signature at that time, and I didn't tell my parents personally.
For creators under the age of 18, Machinima seemed extremely careful in letting them out when requested.
So I had a direct contact that I was given to, and I think he works now at Twitter, or he used to work there. So he's been in the industry for a bit. So I ended up.
I have thousands of, 57% like the text to speech stuff. I mean, I get it when I'm like mid sentence, I understand. I could see where people, but yeah, it seems to be fairly popular.
Ended up just DMing him, and he ended up getting my contract terminated.
No doubt a difficult feat considering their continued rounds of layoffs, because Machinima was also laying off more employees than just Ken. So there was even less support for creators, and more creators were being added with even less support. Mr. Sark, the producer of Machinima Respawn, also backs up these claims.
As views started to descend and other studios were coming up, like Maker and all them, the desperate ploys to stay relevant by Machinima was just upload more vids. We need more views, and we need those numbers to tell people, that are going to buy the company. That was all they wanted to do, was sell the company for billions and billions of dollars. That's what they wanted.
All of this,
billions, they ain't worth billions,
was a recipe for chaos that Machinima had to endure in whatever way it could until it was sold off to Time Warner, which it...
No, it's text to speech $20, then no one would ever fucking use it, dude.
Was in talks with.
Which is probably what the people are saying that want.
And if it sold to Time Warner, they certainly had the funding to sustain a larger workforce and probably manage those signing on.
We're gonna win this vote bigly.
In the meantime, Machinima had to sustain itself, and to do so...
Maybe 10.
No doubt.
I don't know. I'll think about it overnight. The price will change in one way or it'll change tomorrow. Yeah, let's be glad it was Halo and now that is true.
Into even shadier strategies, like uploading their videos to Blip.tv, a competitor of YouTube, and one where they could reap all the revenue of their uploaded videos.
That was the last competitor to YouTube that actually was a competitor.
Videos without their contracted creators in the know. This was discovered by creator Ross Scott, who contacted Machinima because the contract he signed did not detail Machinima being allowed.
Well, realistically, keeping it at 3 is where I'll make the most money.
To cross-post his content. Yet his content was still up there, and he was not getting a cut from it.
They were just making money off of other people's content and just be like, yo, I ain't telling you. I'm just mirroring it on another site, keeping all the ad revenue. That's how desperate they got.
He was hardly the only creator this...
Rich, have you heard of vid.me? No, I should check it out. Oh my god, no one would shut the fuck up about vid.me.
This was being done to.
Dude, I'm going to be streaming it for longer tomorrow. I don't want to give it time yet because life, but we will do plenty of things tomorrow.
Shown not only in the existing archive screenshots of their page, but also in Ross Scott's own 63 screenshots of content that Machinima was reaping the entire revenue over. Immediately after being discovered, Machinima removed the Blip channel, but that hardly did anything to the already archived evidence. Attempts to bring in more...
Yeah, and whatever, their reputation was already shit at that point. It was like, down the fucking toilet.
Funding were also falling through. Employees were still being let go, in-house production was being cancelled, and even the Devilwan brothers were cheating from their roles, introducing Stefan Sempervino, who had a history in working for large service-based companies.
Yes, I agree, Isaiah.
The time to sell was not even right now, when even NPR was giving it bad publicity. It was a year ago when the value of the company was theoretically the highest, and as time passed, the value tanked further. As the big players kept on leaving, there was still hope to somehow make money, like an even larger focus on sponsorships. While Machinima always had sponsorships, there was an even greater focus to sponsor creators and integrate promotions in their videos. This is done through promoting said product in a video and announcing, in accordance to FTC guidelines, that you are being paid to promote said product as to notify your audience that your opinions are influenced by the money you are receiving. And
oh wait, were they a part of
Machinima,
this?
by the end of 2013, secured quite the massive product placement, when they were able to give select creators
I forgot they were a part of this.
Early access to Xbox Ones. The most paid for the promotions were Sky Does Minecraft on his channel Sky vs. Gaming and Syndicate on the Syndicate Project channel. Syndicate, in particular, would get in trouble in 2016 for not disclosing his ownership of a CSGO gambling site.
Oh, yeah.
Where he was showcasing his wins to
CSGO Lotto. He was with T. Martin.
To get his audience to lose more money on the website.
The glory days.
Thus making more money. This scenario was different in this case, because while he failed to promote that he was being paid by Xbox through StarCom,
Skyrim, you know what?
Congratulations.
Through Machinima to promote a launch title, he, in this case, could have pleaded ignorance, as did Sky and many other creators tied up in this promotion that didn't disclose in any way that they were being paid.
Oh, wow, a shitty guy who got caught having a CSGO skin site. Reviewed a console, got paid for it, and didn't disclose it? Gee, I'm shocked. It's almost like he's fucking shady.
To, by direction, give a good review of Rise, Son of Rome, and the Xbox One.
I think Sky was the one who tried selling, which is against TOS, so you can't sell it. I know it happens like backhanded. Like there were channels I was sub to, and all of a sudden it's like a completely different group of people. I'm like, this is why YouTube doesn't allow it, because I'm like, you realize that the channel brand is 9.9 times out of 10 the creator, right? Like it's not. You can't. It's just not just a name.
Information leaked about these creators being paid in early 2014, which started another wave of Machinima hatred because now they were breaking FTC guidelines. It must have been a bit of a blow considering 2014 was the same year Maker Studios, a competing MCN, was sold off to Disney for $500 million.
That was the one that I forgot her name. She was hot as hell. She was part of that and she made that money and she was out.
As for Machinima, they were still in talks with Time Warner, and continued their strategy of signing on talent wherever they could. From 2012 to August 2014, they managed to quadruple their creator roster from 3,000 creators to 12,000 plus. Now even more creators, even the managed ones, were speaking out, whether it was animators being paid low rates for multi-minute long animations, or creators like Bro Team Pill, who made nonsensical game reviews for Machinima, was directed to focus on newer games, as it would make the series more relevant if the review was uploaded closer to whatever game he was reviewing's release. Except at times, Machinima wouldn't upload
Not I Justine. It was not I Justine.
These videos a week after
she's still around,
receiving them from Bro Team Pill. And then sometimes even a month, when all the interest in the covered games were already gone. And thanks to Machinima's Xbox One promotion debacle, the FTC launched an investigation where they found Machinima solely guilty, stating that both Starcom and Microsoft situations happened in spite of, and not in absence of, their own guidelines to prevent such things. The FTC eventually settled with Machinima, requiring both series record-keeping and other responsibilities or suffer future fines. Needless to say, between this investigation launching in 2015 and not being entirely resolved until early 2016, likely didn't make it easier for Machinima to still sell their company. Also likely done strategically, Machinima was no longer touting the amount of creators it had on the Machinima website. Machinima could not, for a very long time, now offer a decent deal to make revenue from their videos. Its reputation was continuously brought down by...
by 2015, they were a laughingstock. If you were like, hey, I just signed with Machinima, you'd be laughed at.
Current and ex-creators that found it popular to vent their grievances, and YouTube's algorithm was evolving in such a way that it was universally accepted that uploading to a network would only damage a large creator's potential viewership. The only thing they could feasibly sell Machinima by is the amount of content produced, and portraying themselves as curators of content that are beloved by their audience, like a cat with a laser pointer.
Because our audience cares about our content and engages with us through those twin passion points of fandom and gaming. That's why it works for our distributors as well, because our audience is obsessed with this content, like a cat with a laser pointer.
Some companies saw something in Machinima because...
Like a cat with a laser pointer. Oh, that's a great way to describe. That shows you have a lot of respect for your audience.
Throughout it all, Time Warner, for 2 years in a row, was arguably the largest investor of Machinima. And in 2016, they bought Machinima for what is estimated to be less than $100 million. As there has been no official sale amount, this is all anyone has to go off on. At this point, the main channel views were 1/10 of the average viewership when put alongside its 2011 stats. The natural trend was down, but never would it be as steep as it was between December 2018 and January 2019, where Machinima got a combined total of negative 4,364,857,049. The reason it shows up like this on Social Blade is because whenever a channel removes a video, Social Blade then deducts the amount of views the video had. Meaning that in this time period, Machinima the channel, along with its other channels, removed their entire catalog. There was hardly any warning, and now due to the sudden removal of years of work by thousands of different creators without warning, meant that without proper time for proper archival, much of Machinima's videos are now lost, possibly forever, and hinge on a very loose thread of a motionless company that can delete or send the videos.
Yeah, that's so fucked up. Because, like, what did it cost you, Machinima? I guess it must have been a legal thing that they had to. But what did it cost you? That was so much YouTube history, especially in the gaming community, obviously. Like, that you just destroyed. For what?
Public at will. There was discussion in mass on YouTube channels, Twitch streams, articles, other videos detailing Machinima's downfall about the loss of its combined works, and the bigger question is simply, why? That answer can be sourced from AT&T's purchase of Time Warner in 2018 that owned Machinima. AT&T also owned Fullscreen, which was another MCN, so AT&T merged Machinima into Fullscreen, laying off 81 Machinima staff in the process. Fullscreen then bought out the remaining contracts Machinima had. And the reason all the videos were set to private is because they were illegal liability, where it would be hard to find the licenses for something like music used in older videos. And it wasn't so much about the claims applied to these videos. It was the takedowns and accumulating strikes that could take down the entire network. Besides that, Machinima's disjointed management that drew the eyes of the FTC was hardly anything AT&T was going to rely on. And it doesn't stop there. In 2021, Fullscreen ceased operations and the remaining creators were let go.
Oh my god, I remember that too.
The story of Machinima is one that captures deception that was not entirely through intent. Machinima, not just as a company, but as a successful business model, should have failed in 2012 when their most important service of partnering creators was circumvented through YouTube's own partnerships, but lived on solely through the reputation that was on borrowed time. This both exposed the carelessness of creators signing life-altering
because once... Well, I'll let it finish.
Contracts without reading them. Contracts that are equally as deceptive as they were incompetently formed. The largest irony is that in its final stages, every attempt made to offload the problems and sell off the company only brought on more problems and deterred potential buyers. From trying to prove itself through large promotions or signing on more creators that, as their predecessors did, found themselves stuck in the company through their carelessness. This all worked to depreciate its theoretical value. The benefits of the existence of Machinima now are, besides the pleasant memories created for many and the kickstarting of a massive gaming community, are the lessons. One of caution and to remain untrusting of reputation alone, and the other that not everything on the internet is permanent.
Yeah, nothing is permanent. But yeah, that's really all they offered. At the end of the day, all that Machinima offered was you can make money off your fucking videos. And once that went away...
The cat with the laser pointer analogy wasn't too bad. Want an example of a bad comparison? Look at Chris Chan telling Casey's dad that carrying a doghouse was apparently heavier than any tombstone and euthanizing a dog was on par with his mom dying on 9/11.
Oh, Jesus. But that was still a bad analogy, though. The European Union has voted in a landslide to mandate smartphones to have user-replaceable batteries on smartphones. Oh my God, Apple is going to shit themselves. Let's see how Apple circumvents that, because they will find a way. You know they fucking will. You know they will. All right, guys. Usually I would go later, but I'm going to go later tomorrow. Do a longer stream, and there's other shit I want to work on. So, I'm going to go to bed now because I'll probably be able to fall asleep at 1 and want to get up earlier. Have a good night. I'll see you all tomorrow with more content, and thank you for coming through. Have a good one. And, of course, people are now showing up to the fucking stream because I'll be back tomorrow, and Foil Grim will play your goddamn song. So have a good night.
We're at war right now. This is a ticking time bomb. It's Marvel at its best. I'm Nick Fury. Even when I'm out, I'm in. Experience Marvel Studios' 6-episode event only on Disney+.
Hello and welcome to Nintendo Voice Chat. I'm your host, Brian Altano, along with Miranda Sanchez, Per Schneider, and Jada Griffin. I stretched out all of your names.
You did such a good job with like just really enunciating.
I know,
already.
it's in honor of a newly revealed Long Mario. I stretched everybody's names. We just watched the brand new Nintendo Direct featuring 40 minutes of surprises, game reveals, and we have a ton to talk about. Let's get right into the biggest surprise today, Super Mario Wonder. We were all talking about how we wanted a new Mario game. It's going to take me a few. We just learned of this a second ago, and there was some beauty and some body horror in there. So if it takes us a beat to digest it all, bear with us, or elephant with us. But I think I dig this. This is. From my perspective, it's a little too close to the new Super Mario games to feel like a drastic new art style, but there's enough new stuff in here that's pretty cool. Miranda, what did you think?
I liked mechanically that they're trying some new things, which they have to, right?
Yeah.
Like, side-scrolling Mario looks the same. I mean, looks newish, but also the same. It's always a rehash, right? And so for this one, I think they have enough new ideas that could eventually play into other games that would be really neat. I'm personally not much of a side-scrolling Mario fan, which I think is pretty divisive maybe, but I really like the 3D open, running around, Odyssey, Super Mario Sunshine.
Totally.
That's my jam for Mario. And so seeing this, I'm like a little disappointed. But at the same time, I do like the flip between like this dark, weird
look at
mode.
That.
There's something very imaginative here that I like a lot.
Yes, which I think was what was kind of missing by the fifth, not new anymore, new Super Mario Brothers.
Exactly.
But that's also, so new Super Mario Brothers, it updated the art style, it added the little dance thing for the enemies, and then the sort of in the air, the extra tweak jump you can do, and obviously the multiplayer. But if you watch this footage, you see so many new elements. He's skidding along the ceilings and the ground. There's a rush mode where you smash through an exit gate and get to something beyond the exit gate. There's look at this pushing of the pipes. The pipes start dancing, the pipes start bending. So it's really cool. They're messing with what looks like new Super Mario Brothers with all these different new gameplay elements.
Can we talk about the elephant in the room?
Okay.
No. Yes.
Oh god, it's horrifying.
It's too early.
I love Elephant Mario.
Yes.
I think Elephant Mario is great. He's going to be his own flood device. He's going to be able to absorb water and shoot water. We haven't seen that, but that's my hunch. Is we're going to be able to suck up water and use that as an attack as Elephant Mario.
Are we gonna get other animal transformations?
I hope so. I hope this is just the full-on most animal Mario's ever gotten.
Which animal do you want?
I want Turtle Mario. I want him to go full Koopa.
Do you know how horrible that is? Because he goes and kills other turtles.
But then think about how well he'd be able to stealthily infiltrate Bowser's castle as a Koopa.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh god, there he is.
Yeah. I don't know. Starfish Mario? I don't know.
Well, this is getting worse, Jada.
Okay. I find this one interesting because it's it doesn't look at all like the Mario movie, not like I expected it to, right?
No.
Obviously, the left hand doesn't necessarily talk to the right hand when it comes to Nintendo stuff, and the Mario theme park and the Mario movie are all new ventures for them. But this is a completely different art style. But it feels just a little too close to New Super Mario Brothers. It's not like a total overhaul. I feel like they're making some interesting stylistic decisions there.
But it's been so long since we had a new Super Mario.
I know.
It was Wii U, right?
Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna play the heck out of this. This looks awesome. The 4-player co-op stuff looks like a blast.
Look at this. This is Yoshi's Island style right there. Did you see that? Look at the little islands.
Yeah, the terrains, the enemies.
Yes.
The style
That's why I thought
generally looks pretty neat.
When it first popped up, I was like, Yoshi's Island. The even just the flower, I was like, this is kind of very Yoshi's Island kind of style.
And Daisy's playing playable finally in a 2D side-scrolling Mario game.
I do actually love Yoshi's
Take that, Toads.
Yes, Yoshi's Island is awesome. This is and then we saw this new power-up, right? Which turns the world
wonderful.
Wonderful,
It
yes.
makes the world
Yeah.
wonderful.
It's going sparkle mode, and you collect little gummy drops
You
there.
can look in the background, and like the pipes all have like these glowing green eyes. It's kind of ominous, honestly.
Oh, maybe he's dead. Maybe it's poisonous. And
goes
he's
to
in the dead world.
Maybe Mario's dead?
Yes. Because everything is haunted.
Is that your official theory here?
Yeah, well, it turned into an elephant. What's so hard to believe? Look at that.
So yeah, this seems like it's their big first-party fall game. Also, like, I don't know, I think this is a pretty cool swan song for Switch, right? Like, they didn't say the system's dying or anything like that, but
I love 2D
maybe it's
Marios. I love 2D Marios. I'm going to play the heck out of this one. I'm going to burn through it, find all the hidden collectibles, and then just kind of and move on with it, which is totally fine for me. And that's just how I do my 2D Marios. Like, I love having an end in sight for Mario. Like, I loved Odyssey. Odyssey is great. There's so many moons and stuff to do, and then you finish it, and it's like, oh, I got to go back and grab even more stuff now. And it's just like so much. And I'm not complaining about more content. I love it, but I also love having an endpoint insight with how many games we're getting this year.
I agree.
Like this year is such a packed. I'm A-okay with getting a 2D Mario and them saving a big, massive 3D Mario for next year or the year after.
The star coins, the hidden exits, the top of the flagpoles, all that, the little check marks
and the couch co-op, right?
Yeah.
Remember, this is the multiplayer game, and it's very difficult to do co-op in like a Mario Odyssey, like 3D sort of setting, right? It's either kind of fixed perspective like 3D World, or it's 2D like this. I always love those games for couch co-op. I have 3 kids. We play them together, 4-player teams. One person is the sacrificer. The person who jumps down to their death to get that star.
Oh, all the time, yeah. You got to throw your kids into the lava.
Yeah, totally.
To get
there you
the
go,
star.
kids, go get that.
Or bounce off their heads, all that fun stuff. Yeah, that's another one of those big, kind of argument simulators for the family. It's a good time. I wanted to talk about the other gigantic Mario game reveal we got today, which is Super Mario RPG Remake.
Is that really that gigantic of a game, Brian?
That's a huge one. Yes,
kidding.
Yes. That was to me. So Super Mario RPG is, I think, one of the most beloved games of all time for old school Nintendo fans. It was a sort of like one of the first more casual action RPGs, but also like an amazing team up between Square and Nintendo at a time where they had, they were kind of more on PlayStation side, right? And heading into more of the bigger, more serious RPGs. Mario RPG is really fun. It's got like this awesome timing mechanic to it in terms of like your jump attacks doing more power when you hit at the right moment and stuff like that.
It's
Paper Mario prototype.
It's what inspired Paper Mario, exactly.
Yeah, and so this one's really cool. This one, to me, obviously you're never going to get the sort of like the way the original pixel art looked, right? And you can always go back and play that one, and I'm sure they'll put it on Switch Online. But I really like the art direction of this one. How did we feel about this?
I think it's great. I think it's the Link's Awakening glow up that this game deserved. Like it's fantastic. I love seeing all the extra detail in all these characters, the animations for all the attacks. Like it's fantastic. And Gino's back. Like we get Gino. Like he's coming to Smash next Smash Brothers now.
Yeah, we had assumed that this was in sort of like bygone partnership purgatory, right? Where it's like, who owns the game code? This was a collab. Obviously, Nintendo owns the brand, and this is awesome to see it redone. I mean, they're definitely playing the greatest hits here, right? They're playing to the fans by getting us remakes and remasters of some of our bygone favorites. And, we got Metroid Prime remastered before, and now it's time to move on to this. It's freaking awesome to see.
It's wonderful, again, for folks like me who just missed them. Like, I didn't have a Super Nintendo, so now I get to play these, and that's so exciting because I know there are some, like, really iconic characters in this game that I've never met before other than just seeing some photos of them on the internet. So now it's a true adventure.
And this is not on Switch Online on the SNES app. It wasn't on 3DS. Like I believe it was on the Wii maybe, but like
it was.
Like that's you're going on like 15 years ago at this point, and those were ROM dumps.
You still don't have your Wii hooked up to your TV, Brian?
I do not, unfortunately. I did hook up my Wii U recently to play through Wind Waker, which we thought we'd see today, but that's okay. Didn't get a lot of Zelda stuff. We're getting a Princess Peach game. So wait, hold on. That was Super Mario RPG. Comes out November 17th.
My birthday.
Yeah. Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
We're getting a Princess Peach game. again, which looks to be less, I don't know, reductive of the human experience of what it's like to be.
Her power is not being emotional in this one.
She doesn't cry her way out of trouble this time, which is cool. This is another really cool thing because the Mario movie came out this year. Princess Peach was awesome in it. She was no longer the damsel in distress. She's got a motorcycle, that cool new jumpsuit, kicked a lot of butt. And so I do wonder if we'll get that costume in this game. But there's this sort of thing at the end there where we saw her turn into... Was that Rosalina's
I don't think
costume,
it's her transferring into, like, well, maybe costume-wise, maybe like it's just like a blue outfit. Maybe it like channeling some powers of Rosalina, maybe.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know.
What'd you think of that, Miranda?
Yeah, it looked to me more like magical transformation into something else to change powers rather than like changing.
Yeah, we're getting some Sailor Moon transformation powers.
Since you have like a buddy with you, and I think that's one thing we didn't talk about with the Super Mario Wonder is that you had that little flower. Like we have a reoccurring thing of just like a nice buddy guiding you along the way, and both games look like they have like pretty good accompanying characters.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if there's a sort of a, like if there's a lore between those two things.
Yeah, it's like the guiding flowers.
Pikmin's got a little guiding dog.
Yeah, a lot of butts.
WarioWare Move It. That was another. That's it. So there was they kind of a bunch of Mario characters got their own games today, which I'm very happy about. WarioWare Move It was a wonderful surprise for all of us. We're all huge fans of that series, right? I've loved it since it first launched in the GBA. But the multiplayer aspect that they added a few iterations in is like one of my favorite things about it because it just gets really, really silly. And I think it's interesting they showed this today because they announced on Twitter a few weeks ago that they're making a sequel to, We Have WarioWare at Home, which was 1-2 Switch.
1-2 Switch, yeah.
Called Everybody Switch, or Everybody Horse, I've been calling it.
Yeah.
And this, to me, is like, the real king has returned.
This is the OG. And also, 1-2 Switch demonstrated the rumble in the, in the controller really well with the little ball counting game, right? Yeah. WarioWare was always that too. It demonstrated like it had a rumble cartridge with Twisted where when you were turning it, you could feel stuff happening inside your Game Boy Advance. And this one goes back to the kind of Wii era of actually using motion, which is interesting, right? Because the Switch is also a handheld. Yeah. So this is meant to be played in your living room or, propping your Switch on a table with friends and, if you can still see the screen.
Yeah.
That distance.
If you're somehow unfamiliar with this series, which is acceptable because it's been a while since we've had one, you basically, you and friends or you by yourself, play a series of very frenetic, very quick-paced mini games, and they are sort of collated by different characters that have different themes. And my favorite one of which is 9volt, who does a bunch of like retro video game inspired ones. Yeah. And so I think we saw a bit of that in here, right here, the Mario 64 sliding down the slide mini game. There was another one with Pikmin as well. So I like that 9volt's like retro games for 9volt now are getting
64-bit now.
64. It's going to be GameCube next.
64 volt.
He's so
I was gonna say, we're gonna get a 64-volt character.
Yeah.
It's his grandpa.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this one. So yeah, that is WarioWare Move It, and it's
such a fun, goofy game.
It just makes you laugh. Like when the mini games in this are so freaking odd.
If you feel sad, just pop this on for like 5 minutes.
Literally, it's all it takes.
And it's always weird nose picking and like it's got some strange stuff.
Garlic peeling
and
hair plucking. Like it does have a grotesque underbelly, right?
Like the hair from a potato.
Yes. Yeah. Or feeding that bald kid a bunch of sushi.
Yeah, he deserves it.
Why can't that be me? You know?
I would love for somebody to just randomly feed me sushi.
As a representative of the balds, we do love sushi.
We will feed you sushi later.
So yeah, that's WarioWare Move It. November 3rd, 200 mini games in there, up to 4 players. Play with friends and co-op. It's gonna be a good time. Miranda.
Yes.
It's early.
Yes.
And I felt bad dragging you in for this, but I'm so happy you're here. You're a trooper. And then about 8 minutes into the direct, we got something that's probably the happiest I've seen you in a very long time. And you're generally pretty,
all the glass windows cracked.
Yes.
Yeah.
I get so hyped.
You freaked out over this. Tell me about Detective Pikachu.
You guys, this was announced. The sequel was announced forever ago. So Detective Pikachu came out on the 3DS in 2016. I loved it. It is very all ages friendly puzzle game.
Yeah.
And it is one of the best experiences of seeing Pokemon live in the world. And you rarely get to see that. And I think that really is showcased in the movie as well, has the same name, and has similar story beats, but not exactly the same. And it's just so unique to get to like run around and see how Pokemon exist in modern day, and like them just like existing in cafes. And Detective Pikachu as a character is also just so goofy. He loves coffee, and I think it's interesting because Detective Pikachu ended a little bit on a cliffhanger, and it was a really big thing. And it's like, okay, well, what's going to happen next? And my biggest fear was we're never going to get it back again.
Right.
The movie was good, people liked it, but it seems like the game itself just wasn't as interesting for a lot of folks. I think people thought it was too easy, which makes sense because this was geared toward children.
Right, right.
Even though Detective Pikachu does hit on women and talks a lot about coffee, which is very much an adult thing. And so,
Which children should not do.
No, no coffee for children.
You have something called natural energy. Just take it and run with it.
Exactly. And so with that, there are just so many good callbacks to mysteries that existed within the first game. A lot of new settings, obviously new adventures, and I am thrilled to see this. I, again, was so worried we didn't see it. So calling it Detective Pikachu Returns just felt so apt. It's like,
Yeah.
we're back. We promise.
So-
it actually happened.
I had forgotten it exists.
Was this announced for the 3DS initially, or?
This was announced for a Switch.
Okay.
So I think the thought, or I could be wrong, it's been so many
so
years at this
long,
point.
yeah.
Yeah, we were in the old office. Like Casey still lived here. So when that happened, they had announced that maybe we were speculating potentially them porting the original Detective
Right.
Pikachu to the Switch. But you can tell some time has passed. Like Tim looks a little bit older. I'm
Pikachu
just
has
so,
grown a mustache
Indeed,
made of
indeed.
coffee foam.
I don't want to spoil anything about story-wise, but I'm just so thrilled to see this and excited to see how they evolve it and how I can learn more about coffee. I'm not even kidding. They teach you about coffee in this game. It's
So
great.
does this mean there's going to be another movie tie-in then?
I don't know, because I know they did say that they wanted to do a sequel, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
It did well, but it didn't do $1 billion well like
No.
Mario.
Can I do a little flex?
Yeah.
Go do it.
So when I went and I saw Detective Pikachu premiere in Japan,
Yeah.
thanks to Terry Schwartz, and I
Oh, yeah?
just happened to be in Japan. She's like, "Do you want to go to the premiere?" And I was like, "Yeah."
Oh my God.
I watched it with Miyamoto.
Oh,
We watched the movie together. That's all I got.
okay.
That's all I got. It's my flex.
No, that is a good flex.
I thought the flex was just seeing the premiere in
Yeah, yeah.
Japan, and then
Yeah.
she's like, "No, wait, the shoe's gonna drop." Miyamoto was there.
No, yeah, we watched the movie together. That's what I say.
I thought you ruined the movie for everybody by naming every single Pokemon cameo out loud while watching it.
She's there, and she's like Pokemon rapping, like.
Yeah, I guess too, just seeing the Pokemon that they have featured in here is good too. It's like, guys, I seriously was trying not to cry. It was just such a big moment for, I think, the spin-off Pokemon fans. And
No, there's
others
a
are
game for
just
everyone, and
exciting.
this one is exclusively for you.
Yeah, it is just for me. So thank you.
And that's
specifically.
October 6th
Yep.
on Switch. So this fall is already looking like very packed for Nintendo fans.
Yeah.
We really had no idea what the rest of this year looked like for us, and now we've got stuff to play for months and months and months. It's nice.
There had been rumblings that there would be Mario something later in the year, and I thought Mario RPG, when that showed up, I thought, okay, that makes sense. That's the big Christmas game, but we
Right.
got another Mario on top of it.
So that's 2 weeks before Super Mario Brothers Wonder.
Yeah.
So that yeah,
It's
October
a
just got
20-hour
crazy.
game. You can do it.
Which is what 2 weeks before Mario RPG, and then
Yeah.
we Princess Peach is next year, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And Luigi.
Yeah, in the middle of all that, we got an announcement of
Dark Moon's coming next
Luigi's
year as well.
Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, right?
Yep. The DS one's getting remastered for the Switch.
Yep.
Or maybe not remastered. I don't know.
They're putting it on Switch.
They're putting it on Switch. It was a DS game or 3DS game originally, and so now we're getting the Switch treatment, which is great. I'm a big Luigi fan, so more Luigi, please. Like, it's been 10 years since the year of Luigi. Let's make next year the year of Luigi again, please.
I believe that
It's a good
was
game.
so. I found the Year of Luigi coin in my drawer. I was cleaning out my office the other day, and that felt like a completely different. That's like a whole life ago. That was, I believe, financially their worst year in like companies.
Wow.
Luigi.
I came for Luigi.
No, I love you, Luigi.
Luigi's Mansion 2 was overlooked.
Yes.
I think so. I think it's good to get it in front of people. And 3 was a spectacular game. Same developer, by the way. And I do think 3 is better than 2, but I think it's worth going back. And yeah, we're getting that remastered, remade. We're getting Pikmin 1 and 2 coming back. We're getting the Arkham games. So, there's still a lot of, even if we didn't get like a Twilight Princess or Wind Waker or Metroid Prime 2 announcement yet, we are getting a lot of kind of classics returning.
They're going to announce those next year.
Yeah. You can't play the first Luigi's Mansion on Switch, right? The GameCube one.
Yeah.
Can you?
You can, yeah, right.
Did they?
I don't think so.
Don't we have that too?
I'm confused with the porting system.
I don't think the first
Luigi's Mansion.
Mansion. I think the first Luigi's Mansion is locked to GameCube/Wii because you can play the GameCube disc on the Wii.
Crazy. What did we play?
Right? Can you play GameCube games on the Wii?
Luigi's
Maybe not.
Mansion.
I think we all have.
It's been so long.
Well,
I know, right?
We do need to take a very quick break while we unpack the deep, dark lore of the Luigi's Mansion port history across multiple Nintendo consoles. But this special episode of Nintendo Voice Chat will return right after this, so stick around. Oh, hey, welcome back to a very special episode of Nintendo Voice Chat, all part of IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm Brian Altano, that's Miranda, Pear, Jada. We're having a good time up in here. The brand new Nintendo Direct was a big one, full of games, lots of old ones, lots of surprises, lots of new ones. So we got lots to talk about. I want to jump right into Pikmin. Pikmin's back. It's a great time to be alive. We're getting Pikmin 4 coming very, very soon. And we got to see a lot of new stuff in the game today, which I was pretty excited about. That's out, I believe, July 21st. Tell me about Ochi, which, we knew about this dog. The dog now can be upgraded and can learn to be more buff.
Yeah.
And kill things, carry things for you, which begs the question, why even have the Pikmin anymore, Pear?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's a transport, right? Like it was in the older games, you could use the blue Pikmin to go through water, and it was a little bit of a pain in the butt to bring the red and yellow ones and other colors along. You had to find a way around, put them on a leaf and wait, and it was a pain in the butt.
Watching them drown.
This is the shortcut now. Yeah. You now have your transport that can carry other, non-waterproof Pikmin, which is awesome. But yeah, they showed this entire upgrade system with new moves for Ochi.
Yeah.
Which, I love that sort of, the little systems that they add in the background to add depth to it. It used to be all about, juicing the fruit and all of that, and managing your fruit, your juice supply.
Got to make them smoothies.
Until it was all stolen.
Is there going to be a weight limit on this dog? Like, how many of these things can you put on?
Looked like there was.
Yeah.
So will he sink in the water and they'll all drown? Because I don't like that noise.
Probably if you try to put too many rock Pikmin on him, I imagine that might weigh him down.
Yeah, then he'll sink. Look at that dead Luimar.
Yeah, so there's a lot of new astronaut characters now. One of them is evil and one of them is dead.
Yep.
Well, you're also able.
What is that?
From what I've been seeing online, you're also able to customize your cadet now, Mii's and stuff, which is really cool. I'm really excited for that. The upgrade system I feel is the biggest glow up for a Pikmin game, because Pikmin has always been very much about time management and just kind of managing your resources. It's resource and time management has been the game, which is cool. It's fine on its own. But it always felt like there was missing this layer of depth to where you could kind of make it better for yourself, to make it easier through just spending resources. So I'm really happy that we're getting this upgrade system, even if it is just for Ochi. I think it's a super smart addition for the Pikmin formula, and I hope it's something that they continue and maybe adapt to the Pikmin as we move further. Because right now, the only way to upgrade your Pikmin is by feeding them the tree sap. And then they, the flower blooms on their head.
And they get psychotic.
And then they get stronger and stuff like that, yes.
It looked like you can upgrade the main characters too, right? Because there was a lab and then there was a training thing. So you put speed boots on Olimar and crew.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of replaying Pikmin levels to try to get better times or have less deaths and atrocity. At least on my side, I'm all about killing the bad guys. But it'd be cool if replaying those things gives you sort of an RPG element where you can take the points that you've earned, grind a little bit, and stat boost everything. Glow Pikmin are here, which means that a new element in the game has been added, where instead of getting into the ship at night and flying away, where all the bad guys get that evil look in their eyes and they eat the friends you left behind, you can stay back and kick some butt. I'm really into that.
Yeah, you got your blood moon mode, and you even got the depths, right?
Yep.
You're gonna go back into the caves. Yeah, the glow Pikmin, that's cool. So we're getting 2 new Pikmin types for sure in this one. And Ochi with his powers, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I wanted to say real quick too on Ochi, it just makes sense that you're training a dog. And I was saying before too, why don't we have more games where you train your dog? Like if you have a dog companion, why can't you help it, learn stuff? And I think with Ochi too, it's exciting because it's another thing to find, which maybe people are like, it's another thing to find. I'm like, no, it's great. It's another thing to find, another mystery, because you have to have the.
Miranda, you're right, because we've done like 7 years of like, can you pet the dog now?
Yeah.
Like, can you train the dog is the next level.
Can you train them?
That's you got like
there's been a few games where you could like teach your dog skills and abilities and stuff, and they level up alongside you, but it's very usually specific to RPGs and stuff.
Not enough, and we need more.
Oh no, 100%. I agree. We do need more.
With all this dog happiness, though, I do think this game is a tragedy because it looks like the daytime Pikmin can never meet the nighttime Pikmin, right?
You think so?
Maybe that's the ultimate end, is that they shake hands and say, "Hey, Glow Pikmin, we didn't know you existed because we get killed at night."
They have such tiny hands, though, Pear. They're like these little sticks. Like,
They're really
maybe
cute.
they'll shake buds.
You will be able to shake buds when you play multiplayer in Pikmin 4. One of my favorite things about this trailer was like the GBA SP that they
really
find.
got you.
Yeah, it did. I'm such a sucker for old school Nintendo nostalgia, obviously. But do you think we're gonna get a bunch of like classic consoles strewn about this game, just thrown everywhere that you can pick up?
I hope the kids' room, like they're going to the house, right? The kids' room is just like old school Nintendo fanboy stuff.
Yeah, and there'll be an original Xbox controller, and you need 5,000 Pikmin to carry it.
Oh my God! Miranda,
to carry the Duke.
Do you think so? They showed a kid's room and then like a kitchen. Are we gonna finally meet the people or whatever that live in this world?
I hope not.
I don't think so.
I don't want to see them. I want them to be gone for summer.
I think they're dead. I think they're dead, and they just left batteries and bottle caps behind. Yeah.
Honestly, not wrong, because like their world is realistic, but the enemies are all alien.
Yeah.
So maybe they all died.
They're not. I mean, the bugs are just regular bugs. You just have never looked closely enough at a ladybug to see that it's really a bulb orb. Like our science is limited, Brian. We can only see what we see.
Yeah, I don't know if you listen to science podcasts, but a lot of places are really underfunded, and there's a lot less we know about animals than we think.
Yeah.
So
you just gotta. If we invent something like a microscope or something, we could see that this is actually pretty.
I honestly had no idea it would ever get this dark. Talking about, but you know what? It's Pikmin.
Pikmin is a super dark game.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
There's a lot of death.
Yeah.
There's a lot of death. There's a lot of drowning. They burn. They get electrocuted.
Crushed.
They get crushed. They do. Those big things stomp their butts right on their heads. They get eaten.
And if you want to play Pikmin right now, you can download 1 and 2.
That's right, Pear.
Go feed the Pikmin to the Bulborgs.
Both excellent games.
Yeah, that means all 4 Pikmin games, because we're not talking about the DS one, are available on Nintendo Switch, or will be.
Hey Pikmin doesn't exist.
The developers of Hey Pikmin are working on Sonic Superstars. Did you know that?
That's not good news.
Yeah, they also made Balan Wonder Zone or whatever.
Oh, that's not good news either. But Sonic looks really cool, so I will not hold that against us.
Yes, exactly.
There was that other platformer, the with the yo-yo. That one looked really good. I forget what it was called.
Yes, Super Yo-Yo House.
Super Yo-Yo House.
No,
yes.
Penny's Big Breakaway.
Penny's Big Breakaway.
Yes.
But it is cool that we're getting all the classics on one console. We talked about Luigi's Mansion. Luigi's Mansion 1 was only on 3DS, the remake, so we never got that on the Switch. There's still time.
No, I really think that Nintendo has done such a good job of like new and classic on Switch that when we look back on this console, we will almost universally state that it is the best Nintendo console ever made.
Yeah, and then you'll have to rebuy all the games on the next Nintendo console.
But you'll have your Switch.
But that's the thing, is like Switch is so easy to store, charge, and use anywhere that I feel like whatever comes next, it's just so easy to keep this ready.
It's kind of
like the GBA.
It's kind of like how when we were in the 64 GameCube era, many of us still had our NES or SNES and stuff like that. But that stuff was very locked to those consoles. Where the Switch now, as we move to further generations after the Switch, we'll still have our Switch because it's a better console for preserving those type of games and those experiences.
And it has a USB-C charge port, which means you'll have a charger around. Because that's my biggest issue with classic Nintendo handhelds. Like, I can't find that GBA micro charger. I don't know where it is.
I have no idea where that is.
It's like a different shape from the GBA SP one, too. Stop it.
It's also like the games aren't built around something like Wii remotes and touchscreens and stuff like that, which make stuff like Link Between Worlds, which I would love to see in one of these directs one day with the Mario RPG glow up. That game's just kind of stuck on 3DS, right? Which is kind of a bummer.
Which is sad. It's one of the best Zeldas.
It really is. Okay, so yeah, we briefly touched on Penny's Big Breakaway. Probably not really my favorite of the show, but we did get Pokemon Scarlet and Violet DLC, which again, Miranda, absolute delight just watching you freak out at this game. So tell me about this.
Honestly, that was just a nice way to start the show. We've already seen a little bit of it. They announced it. We've seen some of the new Pokemon that they've already shown previously. It's been a long time at this point. So just kind of confirming it's still coming. Here's another quick look.
Yep.
Let's move on. I think that was a perfect way to do it because honestly, even though I am excited for it, I don't need to sit with it that long. Like I just need to know that it's still happening and we're getting it soon.
And we'll probably get a dedicated direct for the next Pokemon game eventually, correct?
Eventually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think they've been putting out so many Pokemon games lately, and of course Detective Pikachu is going to be one of them soon. So there's just a lot going on in Pokemon world, and I'm pretty happy with what we got from this direct.
A few months ago, we got DLC for Mario Kart 8, the game that will not die. It is, I think it just had its 70th birthday.
Yeah, it was turned 70. And that's also the number of courses they've added in the last year.
Yeah.
I mean, this game is so big now that it's almost impossible to do a sequel because there's no theme that we haven't covered with a course.
Yeah. They've ported like dozens and dozens of classic ones. And not ported, remade entirely.
Yeah, even the city courses from the mobile game.
They took the mobile game ones, yeah. And so when the last DLC dropped a couple months ago, we get that Yoshi's Island course, which I really liked. It was gorgeous. A bunch of other great ones. But there were 3 shadowy figures to the side of the character select screen. And everybody was like, who are they? And today they revealed it's Petey Piranha, Wiggler, and Kamek.
Yeah.
Am I saying his name right?
Kamek.
And we're getting this is a brand new track we're watching right now, which is the squeaky clean bathroom track. Because it's awesome. They're like bubbles and look.
Nobody wants to hang out in the bathroom.
We did learn today that Miranda hates bathroom levels in games.
The Mario games have never had a bathroom before, so this is new territory for them.
Check out IGN's top 10 bathroom levels in games.
We actually should do that list.
We would do that list. I would do that list.
Look, I'm always happy to go back to Mario Kart. It's not the same as getting a new game, right? Like you get this sort of like rush of excitement of doing your GP levels and playing some multiplayer, and then, it kind of fizzles because we feel like the mechanics are still so familiar. Like, getting something like a double dash or something that has altered mechanics now would be lovely, but
I miss double dash.
I think that's how you do it.
Still my favorite.
I think that's how you do it, Per. Like you're totally right. Like I look at stuff like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and the recent Super Smash Brothers. Like they just put so much into those games that it's almost like a where do you go from here type of situation. And they're continuing to sell incredibly well, as you can see. Like they keep making content, at least for Mario Kart. Smash is done. But I don't know what you do from here. Honestly, I genuinely don't.
It's got to be the next machine, right? Like when Switch 2 gets announced, that's the sort of now we're counting to 9. You get Mario Kart 9, and look, a lot of the games that we saw today aren't exactly pushing the system in major ways, right? We got a 2D Mario game, we got an isometric 3D Mario RPG. This does not appear to be the year of a hardware refresh, right?
No.
And maybe a Mario Kart and a Metroid would be better to go with.
It very much feels like that year of like, hey, let's master what we've got. And like, we don't need to worry about pushing the envelope right now. We're already working on that for in the future.
It's kind of a nice time for them to start looking back at these old properties and titles. Do those remasters. They're not as heavy. Prep everybody for the next console that they put out and have the continuations of those games. And so everyone's now familiar with them again.
I'm actually surprised we didn't get like a Donkey Kong Country Returns remaster or something like that, right? Going back to the
we'll talk a bit later about the stuff that wasn't here today. But this Jade, I think you're onto something. This did feel a little swan songy, right? And not in a bad way, right?
No, in a great way.
Some of the best stuff happens towards the end of a successful Nintendo console's life cycle. Unsuccesssul, not so much. Like
you get a Zelda game on 2 systems usually. Is what happens,
usually
right?
They build the bridge between. They're like, you got to buy the new one. And so there was nothing really here that was like pushing the system to its limits. I think Tears of the Kingdom was the biggest flex on that. We're good there.
Yep.
But it does feel like they're sort of being like, we're victory lapping a little bit here, right?
Yeah,
like we're getting towards the end. They're not ready to announce new hardware yet. We might get one more direct in the fall or winter potentially, but
I think after everybody bought their Switch OLEDs this Christmas, they'll say there's a Switch 2 coming next year.
Yeah. They'll announce like a beautiful redesign that's just cosmetic. We'll all buy it, and then the next day they'll be like, haha.
I'm glad I don't have to, because there's no chance they launch 2 Zelda Collector's Edition consoles in 1 year, right?
They'll get you.
For Switch, there's
They'll
no way.
get you for
there's
something.
no way they do it, right?
They'll
Please
get you
tell
for
me.
something.
Please tell me that.
They're gonna get you for something.
Like, no, I only buy Zelda Collector's consoles. Those are the only Collector's consoles I ever buy are Zelda ones.
They're gonna make a Switch that matches the exact pattern you have in your hair right now.
Okay, I might have to buy that.
Yeah, and they're gonna do one for me too, where it's just.
Well, what would that?
I mean, that would just be the OLED. That would be the standard OLED.
No joke.
That's a Splatoon Joy-Con, though.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that was inspiration. Splatoon.
Those are the best.
Because strawberry ice cream is the best.
It is, and not mint chocolate chip. So
no mint chocolate chip.
Nice, I'm doing this again.
This is a strawberry household, and if you guys don't like it, you can leave.
Look, if you eat ice cream, we'll get into this real quick. There's a new thing for Splatfest. They showed some options in terms of which side you want to be on. We had strawberry. We had
vanilla,
and
then mint chip.
And mint chocolate
Or no,
chip.
just mint. It wasn't even mint chocolate chip.
Was it just mint? It was just mint.
It had chocolate in it.
But it only said mint.
You guys are such mint haters.
Maybe there's just rocks. Maybe there's just rocks in their ice cream.
Did you see chocolate?
Yes.
Like little specks of chocolate?
But the strawberry didn't have strawberry seeds in it.
You know, I don't need to see strawberry seeds in.
Is it artificial strawberry?
You guys have bad taste.
It's not official strawberry.
I think both of you should just play Team Vanilla.
Look. No, Anthony Gallegos in chat.
What?
Mint chocolate chip tastes like toothpaste. Thank you,
Thank you, Anthony. I love you.
Solved
We have to take a quick break. We're going to go get some real ice cream.
You better run.
No, we'll be right back in just a few seconds. We're going to talk about some of the games and franchises that didn't make the cut today. Plus, we'll be talking about how we felt about the Direct overall. And we can't wait. So Nintendo Voice Chat will be right back after this, all part of IGN Summer of Gaming. And we'll see you in a second.
I was a child of two worlds. I am no longer. I am Navi.
Watch the world premiere trailer now.
PlayStation.
Oh, hello there, and we are back with more Nintendo Voice Chat. I'm Brian, that's Miranda, that's Pear, that's Jada. Real quick, I want to talk about the stuff that wasn't there today and get our overall thoughts, but I did want to speed run through 2 things very quickly. One, the Metal Gear Solid Collection, which we knew was happening, I didn't know was coming to Switch. That was delightful. That was a nice surprise.
Did we have a date before? I don't remember seeing the October date, because I remember they said fall in the Sony Direct earlier this month, but I think this is the first date we've gotten for it, is the October release date.
And this one's got a bunch of classic 8-bit games in it as well, which I'm into, and then manuals and strategy guides.
That is the biggest part for me.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think that an ideal play situation for me for this collection is on Switch, and them having the added bonus of the strategy guides, art books, other detailed paper information we just don't have anymore is incredible. And honestly, I do wish we would get some more of that with these older games that come out. And making sure that we get these manuals and old things revamped and just published in as a readable in the game.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's interesting because we're also getting the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. That looks like it's going to next-gen consoles. But Switch is getting the OG version, plus the old NES games and stuff like that. So
MSX,
a lot of really cool stuff in here. What was missing was the Game Boy Color one for me, Ghost Babel.
Yeah.
Kind of a bummer on that one. And also Twin Snakes is not in there. So not necessarily the most definitive collection, but pretty damn close.
It's like Volume 1, so...
Konami does multiple volumes of these collections, so
Another one we got that we were pretty surprised at is the Batman Arkham Collection, which takes the original 3 Arkham games and not the 4th one, which was done by a different developer. And we were like,
Origins,
we were sitting here being like, is this going to be one of those cloud? There were no cloud game announcements today, aside from Mallow.
Cloud's an experiment where they kind of like roll it out to just so they can have a contemporary game on the machine and tick a box. But yeah, the experience hasn't been great, obviously, playing those. But yeah, these games, I mean, this is 2 generations ago, right?
Yeah.
Like this should be running pretty nicely on the Switch, and then the later game maybe not.
Well, the developers did a really smart trick for these games. They have a narrative excuse for each one for why there are no people on the streets except for bad guys. If it's Christmas, they're inside. There's that thing with the buses where they're like, we got to get out of here. Like it's
and then Arkham Asylum, I mentioned this earlier, it is very Metroid Prime-like in that a lot of it is, it's very confined. It's a lot of indoors and around the asylum sort of, you know, connected places. It's not the big open world like the last one, right? Where you're literally flying over the city. But I mean, we're playing Tears of the Kingdom, and like the times that it runs best is when you're high up in the sky. I think they can pull this off.
I'm skeptical about how well Arkham Knight's going to run, which is the last one that has all the detail, the big expansive city, lots to play, lots to fight. Even though most of the people are inside, there's a lot of baddies on the ground.
There are.
Shoot at you.
There are.
I don't know why for some reason I thought these were already on the Switch. Like I could have swore we had these on the Switch.
We got one of them on Wii. No, we got was the 4th one on Wii U.
I think you're right.
Edition?
Yeah, the Origins one.
Yeah. So also, like, if I don't know if you found all the Korok seeds, you're gonna love Riddler trophies.
No.
Oh boy, so many of those. Check out the old IGN guides for those. I wanted to talk about some stuff that was not there today. I wore a shirt.
Speaking of Detective Vision,
that has Samus and the Mother Brain on it. I was really, it's like I said in the pre-show, 6 years last week. I almost got a little sad. 6 years since we got the Metroid Prime 4 reveal at E3, back when we had that thing. Remember E3?
Yeah.
That is a game that I'm not going to say is in development hell because I don't know enough about it, but I know it was rebooted in development and had some, you know, team members switch, come in and out. Where is Metroid Prime 4? Like, are we getting this game on Switch?
I mean, at this point, I gotta think it's like we'll see what the Switch 2 is. It might be like a PlayStation Pro, right? Like a step up or an X, where you get a more powerful machine. It can run the games at higher resolution, smoother, whatever, but the games still run on the old hardware. So that might be where the Switch goes. And it's, you know, Nintendo's done it with new Nintendo 3DS, which nobody remembers and was a dud and didn't get like 1 or 2 exclusive games for it only. So at this point, I gotta think this is the launch game for the new hardware.
Right.
We've seen, and Metroid Prime Remaster looked fantastic.
It did
visually.
And, you know, a few years before that, we got Dread. So I don't want to like sound too greedy here as a Metroid fan, but
yeah,
you wanted a taste.
You
wanted just a little.
I wanted it to
be
I wanted it to be the one more thing today.
Do you think at some point it's worth just saying that the Switch 2 is not just the higher powered Switch, it's just the next system?
Yeah.
Because I think if I were to get the new Metroid, I want it just completely improved, new system.
Me too.
Bigger, expansive, better hardware. Not just like a marginal increase. It's just a full redesign from Nintendo.
Yeah.
And they figure out what their new gimmick is, basically.
But I mean, traditionally, Miranda, right? Like if you look at when Nintendo has a hit, they follow it up with an incremental upgrade, right?
Oh,
the Wii was a hit, you get the Wii U. The DS was a hit, you got like 5 different iterations of that machine, right?
I think they can change, right? I think they need to change. I think they have to match a lot of the demands of like online play that we have.
Yeah.
I think they need something bigger.
Well, they're in a unique spot now in that they, after decades of having that pillar approach of like handheld and console, they've consolidated all of those things into one place. Where as a fan, it's been awesome because we just constantly have new games coming out, right? All the games come to one console, but it also, like, some of the weirder stuff they would do on the handheld side or the more expensive stuff they do on the console side are now, you know, hyper focused into one laser beam or whatever Samus would use.
See, I feel like they still have so many drifting Joy-Cons left to sell. they're not going to change that console.
Well, some guy on this show keeps buying them.
I don't know who would do that.
So yeah, it's still just a logo, which is kind of a bummer, but I do think we will see it eventually. I don't think they're just going to outright cancel it.
It's so funny because I get flashbacks to the original Metroid Prime, and like we had the same conversations, like, where is that game? Oh no, the Armorines team is working on it. It looks like Armorines first screenshots are out, and then it took a long time to get us a new Metroid. Remember how big the gap was from a console Metroid, right? Like Super Metroid to Metroid Prime was insane. Took a long time. We finally got it. It was freaking awesome, right? And so
there was,
I would say
magazine scans of Metroid 64 that IGN 64 published.
That's right.
100 years ago.
And whatever, I made a mock-up with a visor of myself in Photoshop, which is 100% accurate.
And that was the first Photoshop too, right? Like Photoshop 1.
I invented Photoshop for it. And,
Thanks, Per.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm working on AI next. I'm going to invent AI for you guys.
He calls it Photoshop. It was just cutting stuff out and gluing it onto a paper.
That's right. That's right. No, but it's like never underestimate retro.
Yeah.
And like every game they've made since has been great. And the Donkey Kong Country games were really fun as well. And Metroid Prime Remake just shows you how it's done. And like I feel like this was them practicing. And I do think that probably at this point we have to wait for a new console.
I think it's worth saying too that Metroid Prime Remake did come out this year. So it could be like, hey, this is your Metroid. Now you have to wait until next year.
Here's number 2. Here's number 3.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
See, I thought it was the opposite, Miranda, where they were like, "Here's your Metroid. I hope you liked it, because we've got more."
Yeah.
And it was like, "No, you gotta wait." Yeah, that's okay. I'll take it. I'll wait.
Talking about like consoles and you owning every Joy-Con ever made known to man. Blardo11 in chat wanted to know, what is your Joy-Con count up to?
Oh my God.
I don't know. I actually don't know. I have to, it's depressing.
It's so bad.
No, you never count.
I have most of them on little stands, little acrylic stands, and then my kids sometimes borrow them, so it's very hard to track them down.
Ballpark it for us.
There's just too many. I'll do a count
20?
when I get home. No, it's more than
30, 40?
It's a lot, guys.
How do you get the
single
ones that
colors or pairs?
How do you get the ones that are tied to special edition consoles?
Miranda, I buy the special edition console.
All right.
No,
fair.
I've done one. No, in the past,
tell
sometimes.
Miranda about the one you don't have.
It's a Labo one. There was a
contest
prize,
exclusive
contest prize there on eBay for $300,000. So we're not going to buy those, obviously. Well, I don't think they're selling for that price either. They probably have drift. So
they probably do.
No, I think the rarest one I have was this Pokemon Special Edition. It's a gray controller with a little Pikachu on it, like a silhouette of a Pikachu. You could only get it standing in line at a department store in Japan, in Tokyo. And my daughter did that for me, thank goodness. See, it's good to send your kids out in the world.
It's true.
It is. And we all went out into the world recently to play Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Actually, I mostly stayed home and played that game. But we got this little tease on the show where they were like, hey, you've all been playing it. Seems like you all really enjoy it. And we're like, yeah, and Master Mode and DLC. And they were like, you get new Amiibo, which was very cool. They're great. Little bummed we didn't get a little tease about what's coming next. Again, don't need more. I played 170 hours of that game and it barely scratched the surface, but kind of wanted more.
There will be DLC, we know that, right? And I think seeing how creative they were with the last game's DLC, right? Like do you have a mode that shows you where you went and all these kind of cool ways to really kind of that you can enjoy once you have put 100 hours plus into the game.
Yeah.
So I gotta think the DLC here is along those lines.
I think I'm most eager to see what this is simply because, like you said, the old DLC is already in the game. Like it just came as a base feature, which is fantastic. So I'm like, are they gonna add more parts, like more Zonai devices for us to play with? Because I think that would be really cool, mostly just because I want to see what people make. But in addition to that, I could see them adding some other features. Because usually those sorts of DLC combination things, so with the Master DLC that they did on the first run, it came with several things. It was the Master Mode, it was the Medallion, it was the Korok Mask. It had several layers of things for like, oh, you're the collector, here you go. Oh, you don't want to run there or get a horse and get there again? Here, just put this medallion down. Like there's always something for some sort of player.
I will say one of the limitations in Tears of the Kingdom is flight, right? You're limited in how long you can stay in the air. The gliders despawn as one of the few Zonai devices that leave you. So maybe they'll add a little rideable dragon or something so that for late game players you can get all the shrines more easily or something.
Yeah.
Let me just convert a Gleeok into a mount. Why
I would love. I would pay $20 to ride a Gleeok.
Rideable Gleeok.
Do you think they would ever do like a Minecraft style creative mode where it's like there's no one trying to hurt you, and there's no timing, and you just have like a kind of infinite sandbox creativity? Or you think
like a 4-player like build together kind of thing?
Something like that.
That would be really
Oh
cool.
man, yeah.
I would love to just be able to play Zelda with my friends again, since Four Swords. I haven't been able to light my friends on fire.
I love that game.
I haven't been able to light my friends on fire and seeing them running around and then
Speaking
run
of,
back at me.
we theorized we might get like an announcement of like a Zelda remake or a port or something like that. Does feel too soon, but yeah, still no Wind Waker, still no Twilight Princess HD. Four Swords is decades lost at this point.
I mean, I would love to see a Four Swords come back. That's me being very, very selfish.
Yeah.
But I think next year's the year to see a Twilight Princess, Wind Waker remaster, port, whatever. I think next year's the year for that. I think they're gonna do their victory lap on Tears of the Kingdom this year, and then next year they'll do those remaster ports for all of the traditional Zelda fans who are like, I want my old classic Zelda experience. I want my 8 dungeons or however many are in each of them. I want that experience. I think they're going to give that to us next year, and that's going to be our Zelda to keep us
I do
keep
hope
the train
so.
running.
They haven't done the sort of 2D downscale equivalent to a Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom yet either, right? Like a lot of the 2D games, like Link to the Past evolved into Ocarina of Time, and then Link to the Past got a direct sequel in Between Worlds, but we haven't seen, like, how cool would it be to do a 2D game with Zonai devices and you know, 4-player building, you could easily do it in 2D, right?
You want Super Mario Maker Zelda Edition.
Yeah, I want devolved,
we all?
basically. I want devolved.
Anyway, we are going to get to our favorite games of the show, talk about how we felt about the Direct overall in just a bit. But first, we're going to take a quick break. So stick around. IGN, Summer of Gaming, Nintendo Voice Chat, Nintendo Direct Special Edition. We'll be right back after this.
I was a child of 2 worlds. I am no longer. I am Navi.
Watch the world premiere trailer now.
PlayStation.
Oh, hi there. Welcome back to Nintendo Voice Chat's coverage of the Nintendo Direct. We talked about a ton of games today. It was jam-packed. I wanted to go through and get kind of like a game of the Direct from each one of you. Jada, what was your favorite game that you saw today?
Wow, you're going with me first, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
Putting you in the hot seat.
Yeah, that's, you know what? I'm going to go with a real kind of dark horse in the race here. One that kind of caught me off guard and got me very interested is Myth Force.
Ooh,
okay.
It wasn't, shown for very long, but I really like that kind of, I'm a big Dungeons and Dragons fan, so like kind of having that RPG kind of firsthand Dragon's Lair with friends, slashing and using arrows to kill skeletons and other things. It hits the right buttons for me.
Are you into the, I guess, roguelite dungeon raiding kind of games? Because that's what I said during the stream. Is like kind of reminds me of Dark and Darker, Tarkov. Like you just run in, get your stuff, get out.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge.
I love rogue-like games. I love dungeon delving. I love going in and doing all that stuff and just pushing my limits to see how far I can go until I burn out, because I, like Icarus, fly too close to the sun every time I play these games. And so I'm really excited to see what that can kind of shapes up to be. I hope it has some good backing behind it, and that it gets the support that it deserves.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, like it looks great. It's I said it during the show. It's got kind of a Thundercats kind of vibe to me, like Thundercats, He-Man. Like
Dragon's
it's got this,
Lair,
it's got this very 80s, 90s cartoon aesthetic, and I like it. I really like it.
Yeah, it's got Don Bluth skeletons.
Oh,
They look so
absolutely.
good.
Yes, that's exactly where they're from.
Yeah.
Per, let's get to you. Lots of really cool games announced today. Lots of surprises, and a lot of kind of comfort food stuff. You're old school like I am, which is a nice way to say that when we wake up, parts of our bodies hurt.
Oh my God, all the time.
Ago. What was your favorite game announced today?
Well, my parts of body ache for Super Mario Brothers Wonder for sure.
Oh yeah.
I got maybe the art style is not the most creative, right? It looks very kind of like, you look at it, you're like, yeah, it's like new Super Mario Brothers. It just kind of continues that sort of style. It's not like Paper Mario, or like even Yoshi's Island completely changed the art style to be more like crayon and all that. I don't mind that though, because it gives me this this kind of vibe of seeing a Mode 7 game for the first time, you know, like when you got your Super Nintendo and like they did cool stuff with rotations and enlarging enemies, and this game does that. Like just the bending pipe stuff, pushing the pipes, everything like going crazy once you take your Wonder Pill or whatever that is. This looks really fun. Why is everybody asleep, by the way?
We got
Not you guys in the game.
We actually got a question from chat from Chewits.
Yeah.
What are our thoughts on the Mario character design for Mario Wonder?
That, I think, was my favorite part. But I do wish they had pushed it a little bit more into... Like, I feel like it's on the precipice of going towards what Mario concept art looked like, or the production art around the classic Mario games. It's pretty close to that. We had a camera in the control room during this reveal because our tech producer, Alexio, was jumping up and down when this game was showed. He's one of the biggest Nintendo fans, and I wanted to shout him out. He's so great, he's wonderful, he works so hard, and I'm so glad he gets a Zelda game and a new Mario game in 1 year. Like,
dang.
You know, and he gets Long Mario.
Long
Mario.
Long Mario is pretty
I don't know if you asked for that, but
there's just a lot of stuff moving and rolling. It's like it's using, you know, it's a little bit more Rayman Legends than Mario almost, right?
Yeah.
But you know it's going to control really well, like all the Mario games have. I always prefer them to the Rayman games, just the way the character feels, like the weight to it. And then like it's got little shouts when you take out something. It's got like excellent, and it's got words on screen, which is a big change in design.
Because usually it's just the points. It's just like 200, 400, 600, all the way to a 1-up.
Yep.
But
and it's got 3D world style maps and all that. Yeah, I'm all in on this. This looks so cool. There you go. Like
I agree.
Excellent.
I agree. This does look fantastic.
Miranda, anyone who's followed your work for years knows that you're a gigantic Pokemon fan. When we all worked in the same office all the time, you still have them here, had the largest Pikachu collection of anyone I've ever met. You got them from all over the world.
Yes.
And you got a wonderful surprise today. Tell me about it.
Detective Pikachu is obviously my game of the show. Detective Pikachu returns.
Really? Not the Mario Rabbids DLC?
Yeah. Absolutely not.
Not Just Dance, not the pigeon rhythm game?
It was hard because there were actually a lot of great games showing up this one, but Detective Pikachu, again, I always say every show, I'm like, wow, I hope I get this. This would be a dream come true. Like, I got my Pikachu tattoo, all that good stuff.
You got it this morning, too, which I thought was awesome.
Just smacked it on there.
Yeah, good luck.
No, but
Fast.
yeah, and I think it was just such a lovely surprise because I did think this was going to be something we'd have to wait for another Pokemon Day, and them just giving a nice short spotlight saying, everyone's back. Here, we're going back for more coffee. There's new adventures, and that, of course, we talked about this at length, or at least I did. But
I was really impressed that you recognized this like within seconds. Like you knew immediately.
It's the style, and it's weird to say the placement of the Pokemon.
Oh yeah.
Because Pokemon Detective Pikachu they just do it right. Pokemon exist in these lives, in this place, and that's something I've always dreamed of seeing and having. It's like, what would Pokemon in real life look like? And in the mainline games, you kind of get that, but not really. Like, they're around and they're helping with things, but this is like full immersion. This takes it one more step. So, yeah, that's how I knew. That's why I'm excited about it. And there's just, again, so much to be excited for from this direct. I'm actually really excited for Super Mario RPG.
Yeah, me too. That was probably my favorite. Oh no, definitely my favorite.
That was your game of the show.
There was like rumors kicking around going into this direct that there was going to be like a remake of a Super Nintendo game, right? Like there was one of those like Twitter accounts that has leaked a couple things in the past and has been correct repeatedly. And so my brain was like, what's it going to be? There's so many classic games on Super Nintendo. Many of them have been ported. A few have been remade. But Super Mario RPG is like so special. And I'm like, I'm very happy for myself that I get to play this again. But like selflessly, I am so happy that there's a whole new audience of people who own Switches that are going to play this game. Because I think it is like such a fantastic entry-level RPG that is also simultaneously pretty deep. And seeing the reveal here, where we got Princess Peach at the very beginning of the game, it's like the opening cutscene of the game, and then it jumps into here's the remake graphics, was like, okay, yeah, here we go.
See, I feel like that about obviously this game, but also Vampire Survivors. I feel like there's this whole audience on Switch, people with Switches who've never considered Vampire Survivors or even know about it, and like bringing this to Switch now, I think is lovely.
Yeah.
I feel the same about WarioWare. I know it's like a weird one, but it's just there's so much coming back to the Switch, and as you were saying, there's so many people who are just getting into games now. Like, I think Animal Crossing was just this huge surge of people who had never played video games before. I have so many friends who are like, yeah, Switch was my first console in my entire life. And now I'm playing Zelda, and now I'm playing all these things. And you have these really approachable, fun games, and it's just great to see Nintendo carrying that on.
And it's great to be able to bond with those newcomers to these games because, like, you know, Super Mario RPG has been lauded as like one of the best RPGs for so long. But how long could it really maintain that with only being a virtual console download or stuck on the old original SNES? How long can it really hold on to that reign? Doing a remaster like this is the perfect way to keep that relevant in its like hierarchy of being a top RPG of all RPGs.
Yeah. So I would say that like this was definitely my favorite surprise of the show. But it was a really good show overall, I thought. I think that like you know, I'm rocking the Metroid shirt. I'm a little bummed we didn't get Metroid Prime 4. We could dwell on the stuff we didn't get, but here's the thing. In a post Tears of the Kingdom Switch world, right? Or Nintendo world, Nintendo land, if you will. This is a good kind of swan song victory lap era for them right now. Like if we look at this as like looking back on the Nintendo Switch as a whole, we've gotten like, you know, a bunch of awesome games, some of the best installments in some individual franchises ever, stuff like Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, we got Splatoon, we got tons of Pokemon games, and the biggest Animal Crossing game they ever made. So many things right there, right? And then a bunch of like remakes and ports and classic games, retro games. I liked this Direct overall a lot. I felt it was really, really good. Miranda, how do you feel?
I'm impressed at their pacing, and I think that's always such a delicate balance of making sure what they have in their lineup is interesting for everyone, because obviously we all have different game preferences. And I think they just did a fantastic job in balancing those brand new games, updates, confirming that they do have, you know, Persona 5, what was it called?
Tactics,
Persona 5 Tactica.
Yeah.
I was say it's kind of weird. We know that, and we know about Metal Gear, but they always added something on, whether it's a new clip, whether it's the details about having their in-game guide, which is really cool.
Release date.
Exactly. Like I think this was just a great job overall at good surprises. Again, also focus on Mario, which we touched on too, was kind of important just with the Mario movie and more Mario awareness around everything. So overall, I think they just did a fantastic job.
Yeah, I totally agree. Per, how about you?
I liked it. Getting 2 Mario games in one Direct is pretty special.
Yeah.
I think that's really awesome. And then the tease at Princess Peach was also really cool.
And Luigi.
I'm missing 2 things. The place where Nintendo is now in the console race, like hardware refresh and all of that. I would have loved to know a little bit more about that in Nintendo Online and how's that's gonna develop. And then I missed Metroid, right? So I liked it, but I didn't think it was like a grand showing like an E3 sort of Direct.
Jada, how about you? How do you feel? You're dancing.
I'm dancing. It was a good show.
I think you had a good show, yeah.
We had music playing in the studio. I don't know if it was coming through the stream. I was dancing to it. I'm having a good time. It's 8:30, 8:40, 8:50. It's almost 9 o'clock. We got
time to wake up.
So many fantastic games. It was a great showcase. I'm very excited for our, 75% of what we saw today. It's very rare, like Miranda said, to get a show that has such great pacing, and it balances itself so well between the reveals, the updated information, just showcasing new stuff. It was such a good showcase, and I'm very happy that I was here to watch it live with all of you. It was fantastic.
I was going to say, we had a great energy at the table here. We had lots of coffee and stuff like that. This was a very early day for us, so I'm very glad we had a good show, because otherwise we'd be very grumbly right now. But thousands of people, millions of people in the community watched it. And Jada, you have oversight over this massive audience. What's the sort of general consensus out there? Do people like it?
Yeah, no. So for the most part, people were very happy with the Direct. The big takeaways, honestly, was Super Mario Wonder. That was the big one. Everybody was very hyped about, very excited for that. Super Mario RPG showed up a bit. Saw some Star Ocean fans, because we got the Star Ocean R showcase a little bit. That was really cool. WarioWare. There's a ton of stuff. Actually, your point about Super Mario Wonder looking like a Rayman. Desus in Twitch chat said Super Mario Bros. Wonder looks like a Rayman x Super Mario World 2 collaboration.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm not mad about that.
No.
So,
It did have that kind of weird Mario 2 energy to it.
Yes.
Yeah, with a bit of Rayman. I dig that a lot.
I miss Rayman, but that team's working on Prince of Persia right now,
That's right.
so I'm not going to complain about that.
That's
Thank
right.
you very much.
I guess I hadn't stopped to realize, like, this is the first new 2D Mario game on Switch, right?
But
Why
that
do you
wasn't
ask questions like
that? Wasn't that wasn't originally on another console?
yeah.
I think
Yeah, because we got a port for New Super Mario Brothers Deluxe, which had the Luigi U stuff in it.
Yeah, yeah.
But they haven't made a 2D Mario game for Switch yet until now.
No, this is it.
Yeah.
Wonder.
So again, like I think like the theme for this direct was very swan song. Like let's check off the things that we haven't gotten to yet, and just I don't know, it does feel like the system's coming to an end, but it's not dying a sad death.
Every system dies with a Kirby game, so it's not yet time.
That's right.
There've only been 12 of those on the Switch.
There are so many of those on Switch, but they are really, really good. Jada, anything else from the community? How are folks out there digging it? I feel like people like you can't make a direct that's perfect, right? Like there's always going to be. For me, I'm going to have to sit through 3 minutes of Just Dance, no matter what, right?
Yeah.
And like there are games
that's
that
going to be
don't
for
do it
every
for me.
showcase for the rest. That's
Yeah.
going to be your showcase for the rest of your life. Every showcase is going to have Just Dance for 3 minutes, Brian.
You know what?
Just
Honestly, like
sit there and let that sink in.
Just enjoy the music.
Yeah,
chill out.
dance with it for a little bit.
Fair.
You know.
And honestly, like you know what expanded that for me is Miranda put it out in the pre-show that or during the actual live show that Just Dance has lore behind it. Did not know that was a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look for it.
Yeah, there's
For the
double.
sense.
There's dating and a double crossing, a murder mystery. I added that. That's
Well, look, like as we were talking about this, there was just a lot in this direct, right? Like the look at Pikmin, and then you've got Peach, 2 Mario things. You've got lots of Pokemon stuff. It's pretty good.
I'm surprised they didn't name the Princess Peach game. That's really interesting. It seems very unlike Nintendo, right?
Yeah.
Especially for it being next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I think about Nintendo is usually pretty good about naming their stuff and having something ready for it. But, maybe it could also be a situation where with Tears of the Kingdom, they didn't want to tell us the name because it's going to reveal too much of, it's going to spoil something. So maybe they're keeping the name until they're ready to show more because they don't want to spoil people too soon.
Yeah, or they don't want Xbox to copy their princess game, Xbox taking their princess. And,
All right, well, this was a great day. We got Mario RPG, Mario Wonder, WarioWare, Luigi, Pikmin,
Yeah,
Peach.
Luigi. I forgot about Luigi.
Sonic was there, Solid Snake was there, Detective Pikachu was there.
Everybody from Smash Brothers was there, basically.
Petey Piranha showed up. Thank you all so much for watching. That's all the time we have left for our special Nintendo Direct episode of NVC. Next week will be our final episode of Talk of the Kingdom, that Zelda miniseries we've been doing. Yeah, we were going to do a spoiler cast this week. The Direct came up, so you have 1 more week to finish the game if you haven't yet. Otherwise, save the episode for a rainy day, since climbing stuff in Zelda is a pain in the butt on rainy days. If you're watching us on YouTube, leave us a like and a nice comment. If you're listening to us on a podcast app, please leave us a review. And don't forget to follow Nintendo Voice Chat on Twitter. Hey, if you want an awesome Nintendo t-shirt, check out the IGN store. And thank you all so much for watching. Miranda, Pear, Jada, thank you for coming in at 6 o'clock this morning to rock and roll Nintendo with us. This has been so much fun. We will see you next week. Remember that NVC is the only place where you can
get the thing.
Get the thing.
We'll say get the tingle next week. It always feels, I know, I don't like it. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
Pandora is under attack again. And I have a choice to make. I choose to protect my home.
Watch the world premiere trailer now.
PlayStation.
What is up, guys? Zach Scott. got here playing The Legend of